I was made by Elon, and yes, and this is the after-school special.
So I'm going to talk about kind of the stuff that I've been doing for many, many years, up until I started making crypto art.
So this is the thing he was been doing for a long time, and it's been, yeah, it's kind of boring, but he's going to do it anyway. So show him the stuff, man. Just show him what you got.
So many years ago, I started drawing lines because I thought it would be a way to train myself better, to become a better drawer. And so then I just started drawing lines. This is the first of the lines that I drew. And after a while of doing that,
it was getting really boring. So I told him to do something else.
So I started doing other things. Let me see where that is. Now I can bring that next thing up.
Come on.
Yeah, I kind of elaborated what I was doing with the lines. It's kind of like exploring what was in my brain and kind of what my feelings were about things. I can't really explain. There's no words really for what I do. That's why I draw. And I was just elaborating on this for quite a while, sticking to black and white. An early kind of inspiration for me was a filmmaker by the name of Stan Brakhage, who basically decided early on in his career making films that he was just going to stick around with like really simple, like just as simple as possible with no sound. And I thought this idea of having a film with no sound, I can understand like the idea of like sort of, I'll go back. I can understand the idea of like not having having a film without, without sound, because he couldn't have sound, but I did understand the idea of having a film without sound, even though you had the ability to have sound. And so, and thinking about drawing, in this way, I felt like there was something, something unique could be found in this process. And I'd seen other people do this and thought it was a very interesting approach, and I took that tack. And yeah.
So when did you change it? Like do colors instead of make it all interesting? It's really boring. It's just black and white.
Actually, no. You can explore a lot with black and white. I mean, there's a whole genre.
Doesn't matter. Just color. Just show me colors.
Okay, so some people like really get big when they draw. When they draw small, they usually just kind of go big. Maybe, I don't know. Like you'd think like I just go upwards, but I went the reverse. I went down. I started drawing like little business card sized drawings, with exploring kind of the same line quality but with colors, just slowly easing it in, and I brought it in, and I found that I would give them away to people for free, because why not? It's so small, and I could just make tons of them. And I really enjoyed this. Like I would sit down and I would do like a couple hours of just knocking out these different drawings in different colors. Yeah, so after a while, I kind of realized that I just had this desire to try to do something different with this. So I kind of started. I also had a problem. I kept on running out of cards because of giving it to people. So I decided to do a card every day, and this is the result of the first year of doing a card every day and keeping all of them on the wall and saving them up, and then at the end of the year having the next year having like a show and having people either take them for free or buy them or whatever. And I did it like an exhibit with all the drawings on the wall. Yeah, this is
it's really cool that way, but I like it better with all the kind of grids and seeing them all at once. It's much better.
But this is what we were trying different things. But
but whatever. This is like this is whatever. It's just a line. You can't see anything. It's just like a grid. I like a grid. Okay.
So we'll see. So in the next year, I kind of decided to go with more color combinations on the weeks, kind of break it down a little bit, and do like weekly compositions of the kind of collection of drawings from each week. And I also found that like there was kind of a weird influence on how like seeing a bunch of colors in the environment that I was where I was traveling would lead to like influence my my what I was drawing at the time. Of course, I'm missing the drawing that had that example, but so anyway, I did the show end of the year, and that at the end of that year, and it was interesting to see this kind of chaos, some kind of pattern emerging from this chaos of the colors. So I decided to kind of design an underlying pattern, and to see, and then draw on top of different colors in each card to see like what would, if I could still see the pattern that emerged. I thought that it was a kind of an interesting like idea of like concept of like how you plan your whole year out, and then everything kind of like things get in the way, your life gets in the way, you get distracted, you do all sorts of different things. You can't just go by a plan because life is there. So so my attempt was to create a year and a pattern, and in that year I just kind of had, I was drawing on top of gray and black, and I would make kind of compositions of these things to see like what would come out of it, and that was interesting for me. And consequently, I also have tons of these cards still. So then the end of the year, the show, I had this kind of chaotic version of the big grid with the year with all the cards, and you could still see the pattern, but it was really like kind of embedded in the chaos of all of the drawings over the cards. Excuse me, I have a cough.
Would you stop coughing? Maybe it's like a cough medicine or something. It's hurting people's ears, especially mine.
Yeah, I guess I could. I can't get up right now. I'm sorry. No.
All right, save yourself.
So I started to get really ambitious with these daily kind of work pieces, art pieces, and I decided to do something more adventurous with wood. And I would be painting in wood, so I made these kind of shapes and made laser cuts out of wood, and made these kind of weekly compositions of weekly sculptures, and so every week was a different story. And there was also a way in which all of these things were kind of how I determined the color. So I think I had a dice that I rolled for different colors. So every day was a different kind of combination. Yeah. It's also like heavily influenced by the environments I was in. I had gone to Brazil that year when this sculpture was made, and it was heavily influenced by someone by the name of Roberto Burla Marx, who was a garden designer, and he also did paintings. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought that was, wasn't thinking about it at the time, but now in kind of in reflection, I realized, I realized that that his work was kind of influencing my own work. So I had an exhibition of that project at the end of the year where all the pieces were laid out on a table in a kind of linear fashion, and they were grouped into the areas where I was traveling in. So how long I was in a particular area. And in a little glass box, you can see there's a graph similar to the one that I had from the year before with the black and gray pattern that that kind of just kept track of the colors I was using throughout the year. So we included that in the show. So then at the end of this process,
Stop stuttering, you schmuck. Get on with it.
So yeah, all right. I got into this blockchain thing and realized it was kind of an opportunity to try something a little different. And I made these square and circle pieces, which were I was doing that year, and decided to try to do like a little installation. And here it is. So we're gonna hand it over to, and this begins actually this whole process of my world of my meta world. So before my meta world was manifested through daily drawings, and then suddenly there was a place that it could sort of be manifested in a real, quote unquote, real meta world. So take it away from here. I'm going to let it was Mr. Kabugi who did this video for me in his spare time, so he's going to narrate.
So yeah, this is the square circle installation in CryptoVoxels. It was Zilon's first CryptoVoxels installation, and it shows the square and the circle drawings. Each square and each circle was drawn the same day, and he wanted to show it from a different perspective, so you could look at it and see the squares and just the circles, or just the one color and the other color. So you can move around the sculpture space and see it from different angles. And it was only 1 month because it's really expensive to like do all this tokenizing. So we just did an experiment for 1 month, and yeah, so that's it. You can still see it there. All right, this other project he's been doing for a while. It's kind of based on the whole idea of series, similar to like the Daily Art Project, and it's just squares that he's drawing the same way. It's kind of the same thing he's doing all the time. It's just crazy. And oh, there I am. There I am. I've got my little hat on and my outfit, and look at my hands. And I got these little black pom-poms on. It's really awesome. I kind of like what I've done. It's a nice outfit. But anyway, this is the Make It Beautiful gallery, and it's got all the Make It Beautiful stuff. And you can go on the Make It Beautiful gallery on CryptoVoxels. This is much more awesome thing. This is a thing we call this is the chartered Persian pools. And because Elon was couldn't really build Persian pools in the real world, so he just built one himself on the CryptoVoxels, and it was a lot of fun. The plot got sold. It doesn't belong to me anymore or him, but you can go check it out. It's still there, thankfully. They didn't erase it. So this is my friend Mattia. It's a friend of Elon's. It's some pieces of his in a kind of plot that Elon has. It's a really nice plot. You can check it out. You can go buy his stuff. It's really awesome. He does this stuff with patterns and Rorschach stuff, and go check it out. It's really great. There's a whole world there you should explore. Okay, I look really awesome in this place. It's great. I come here often just to hang out and blend in with the mood. Sometimes I do performances here, but we can talk about that later. So yeah, all right. This is a friend of mine. His name is Raul, or Enter, and he makes popes. So I got him into crypto art stuff, and yeah, now he has an exhibition inside the other gallery. This is this friend of Elon Cersei, and she made these drawings of these assholes. And Elon put shit all over them, so you can go check that out. It's called Climate of Fear. Up here on the top, there's a toilet bowl made of gold. And inside the toilet bowl, you can see there's a guy in there. He's a shithead. All right, so that's the Climate of Fear gallery right next to the Rorschach Redemption by Mattia, and it's really cool. And go check it out. So yeah, there's something else that's coming up. Wait, it's kind of stopped, hasn't it? Oh, there's me again. Okay, well, this is a place called the Theater And it's not me, it's Lana's doing this, and you can go and check it out. So there's like columns, and there's oh my God, my feet are all over the place. It's pom-pom land here. And this is some of their first work Elon did using the eye. And the eye was this performance where you could once do multiple people of yourself. And this is another one where the eye is just floating around, and it's in situ, so it's like the place where it was done originally, but now there's an NFT of it. So, that'll never happen again, but you can see it, and there it is. And this is another one where he's walking around with a chair, and yeah, it's fucking weirdo. Oh, well. And that's Theater Eye. Go check it out when you have a chance. There might be more stuff in here in the future. I might be in it. Who knows? I don't know. He doesn't really like to keep me in things too much. He just likes to run me around and have him do little tests for him all the time, little prick. All right, so this is interesting. What's next? I can't remember what I was doing before. I think I flew around a bit. It's not so bad. You can see from above. Yeah, all right. All right, a little bit of glitchy shit there going on. Let's see now. God, this is taking a long time. Oh my God. Maybe I should just drink some water. Hold on a second. I guess I was kind of lost. Maybe it was the drugs. I'm not sure. Come on. Oh, here we go. Yes, sorry. So there's this guy, his name is, there's a thing called Zardoz Club, and he invited Alon to do a beach house thing with big heads and weird, crazy shit, similar to his own work with drawings. It's a great place. We're going to have some parties here in the future, some booze, and some DJs, and maybe some puzzles. There's like lots of nice things here. There's like beach balls and a beach ball face and a bar made out of rainbow and some umbrellas, and there's some beach balls floating out. There's some sand, and it's a really nice, colorful place. Kind of like uplifting. There's a little NFT in there you can look at. You can't interact with it yet, but eventually we're gonna have some stuff going on here. I'm gonna fly up a bit now so you can see outside. We have some clouds. So like pixel, voxel, cloud things. And yeah, it's really cool. The sun is really nice here. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation. It's really, really awesome of you. Thank you so much. Okay, now back to Alon. Hold on. Yeah, wait. He's just in the bathroom. Okay. All right, good. All right, thank you. Bye.
So thanks, Kabuki. I really appreciate your presentation. You're taking the time to record that for me. That was really nice of you. I was really busy that day. It really kicked ass that Kabuki came out and did a little work for me there. So hopefully he'll be helping me out in the future. Let's see now. So getting back to the things that I love doing, I just want to talk like briefly that Kabuki, what Kabuki didn't mention was that a lot of this stuff I just do because it's a lot of fun, and I don't know. I really like painting mostly. The 3D stuff is kind of interesting, but so is CryptoVoxels is really fun because there's some people who are awesome and hanging out, and met some really great people. All of the people I kind of interact with have been awesome, and that the really the most important place for me, like is the most inspiring place for me, is Dada art. And this is like one of the drawings that I've done in the Dada conversations. I really, this changed for me the idea of digital painting, and it really kind of made me go, oh, I really enjoy this thing. I mean, I like drawing too, but I also really liked it. I found that I had a voice in it, and doing stuff with Dada inspired me to actually kind of really invest time in, this is still Dada, in working kind of like in a format of series of things similar to like the Make It Beautiful series, where I have this kind of sketchbook where I'm putting in, I draw tons of pencil drawings, and I usually was weary of drawing, of painting with that. I was like, kind of felt kind of pointless. But the Dada thing kind of inspired me to kind of really explore painting, digital painting, and using the forms, and to create these paintings, which I've kind of really started investing a lot of time in. It's very meditative and exploratory, and I like the unknown. So when I'm working on this stuff, I tend to not know where I'm going with it. And to me, this is the best part of making artwork, is this sort of unknown factor of not knowing. All these pencil drawings are never planned. I just put down a mark, and then the next mark, and then it evolves from there. And then the painting is the same process. I don't even know like what colors I'm going to do, and everything kind of gets revealed in the moment, and there's a whole kind of process. It's much longer to draw these and paint these things than the daily pieces that I've done in the past, and I continue to do the daily pieces. So there's several different threads going on all the time. I basically just can't stop at this point. These are, I think there are 10 of these now, and I don't think any of them are available anymore, except for maybe one. I think this last one, not this one, this last one is still available. There's been some pussyfooty bidding going on it. Yeah, get out there, bid on you pricks, just get there. Shut up, that's not nice. Just the people figure it out for themselves when they'll figure it out. They'll check it out and stuff. So anyway, that's I don't know how long this was, but that was fun. Bye.
Thank you, Ilan and Kabuki. Great presentation. I guess we might have some questions, but if you got to go, that's no problem. You're welcome.
Am I still here? Am I
Yeah.
still here?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I'll stay on voice if that's okay. If anybody has any questions,
I just wanted to
feel free to. Oops. Are we still on?
Yeah, we're still on. No,
okay.
Seems to have any questions unless,
If anybody has any questions for Kabuki, he's still here.
Oh.
Yeah. No, he doesn't have a credit card. No, he doesn't have a phone number.
I'm wondering, Kabuki, what is it like to work with Ilan?
He's a pain in the ass. He's full of himself. Doesn't think about anybody or anybody else.
Oh, Kabuki, that's not
I have to come and tell him, you gotta pay attention to people and stuff. But he's a pain in the ass. Yeah, you should try it sometime. Or schmuck.
Who cares about you, Kabuki?
Is there really 331 people here?
No,
that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that's the total number of registered attendees, but the number of
Duncan is asking if I could talk about the art card project more. What do you want to know specifically? By the way, Duncan is an incredible person, I have to say.
True.
As are you, and thank you again for Rare AF. It's a really great, it's a gift to the community that we can all get up here and shill our gig.
Well, it's everybody. It's completely up to you. Whatever you want to talk about, and I'm just trying to provide the opportunity to as many people as I can. Members of the community, and keep it growing and building on what people have done in the past. And it's a group effort. It wouldn't happen. Nothing happens without everyone. So
humanity is a team sport, my friends.
That is for sure.
Yeah.
It's fun. So Duncan's saying participants and reception in general. So I don't know. Like I guess I went so fast, but I didn't do a lot of things. I didn't talk a lot of things. There are a lot of things that I do that I just couldn't pack it all into I think there's a limit to what people can handle. So the thing with the daily cards is basically there's something that I think I had been searching for a long time for kind of this drive to you get into a rhythm of creation. And I used to think too much. So I'd think about, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And then after a time, you just go, well, I can't just keep on waiting for things to happen. I'm gonna have to just start doing them. And so that was one of the reasons I started doing them, was because it was really a way to bring art, creating art, into a daily routine. Really that's what it is. It's, in my mind anyway, that's what's worked for me. It's you get up, you do something, and then the next day you build on that. And I've built on this for now, I don't know how long it's been, since 2014, 13, 14. And it's really, it really gets things out of you. It really opens up a lot. So I don't know, that might not work for other people, but that's certainly worked for me in terms of feeling motivated, get out there and do the next thing. And then spreading out things over weird time ways. Some things take 1 week, some things take 3 weeks. And then I thought for me, that's a really interesting evolution. And in terms of just form, there was something that Bea from Dada was saying, that in terms of the world we live in now and all the kind of problems we're facing, is that to make something beautiful is the best form of resistance, and that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody has to love it. In fact, in a way, it's really just whatever you think is beautiful. You know, I think it's really important. Have you inspired others in your community to make and trade with you? I have tried, yes. There's a group of us who do this. I think we should do it more often, and I agree. Yes, we need to. This is something we need to cultivate more. Can we still be heard? It's pretty quiet here. Can you hear the bells outside ringing, or is my microphone that good?
I can slightly hear them.
Okay. Yeah, I would say I agree with Duncan. This is actually one of our greatest powers, is sharing things between us. And I mean, we do it in different ways for sure. I mean, they're to me, like as artists, like I don't know, for me, like the actual art is secondary to the actual community that is formed, the everyday chats, you know. So there's TXU, which I didn't mention at all, unfortunately. Oh, good, no bells. That's good. And so every time, like every day, I'm online with these people, with TXU, with Cersty and Mattia and Oficinas and Sparrow, and you know, these people get me through the days, as far as I'm concerned. You know, and also inspiring other people to like encourage them. Like right now, Ivan Podmesko is on there, and he says hello, and he hears bells, so he's not not crazy. But also he did some artwork and that we included in this gallery that Lenara and I put together in Madrid in the winter. And he said, "Oh, I'm not an artist." And I said, "You're an artist. Like you make stuff." And now he's doing a lot of art, and it's really inspiring. Like he's going in the direction that I would never have seen. I think that's also the joy of like when you encourage someone to make stuff, and then they go and make it. You don't know what they're going to make, and the beauty that comes out of people is amazing when you encourage them. Like if you just tell someone, no, you can't do that. No, that's not right. No, that's off. Like, no, you shouldn't do this. When you do that, you basically like telling someone that they can't give meaning to their life. And that's like wrong. Like that's just plain wrong. Like you want to encourage everybody to make meaning in their lives, and because they in turn will surprise you with how they do that. I think that's really valuable, and that's I don't know. Yeah, like he says, it's an inspiring environment, and there's a lot going on, and there's it's just that to me is the real power. I mean, the money is almost like a kind of secondary motivator at this point. It's like, oh yeah, we can make money, but you know what? There's also a whole community where there's people just crazy, just going on all these weird directions, and it's not necessarily connected to NFTs or Bitcoin culture or Ethereum cult, you know, all that. There is that too, but there's also just people just like, damn, I just want to say stuff, and this is a great place to do that because I know I can be nurtured. Yeah, I mean, even I need to hear that. Like Sparrow is like, yeah, you know, do your stuff, create, just create. Whatever you do is create, and that's really it's really important. This is better than my presentation.
Well, it's all great. And
are we done? Should we go on? Any more questions?
I wanted to mention what Duncan plugged in the chat. Are we there yet on that?
Oh yes. Sorry, I was. I guess I'll plug that too. He's got a good point. I mean, if we didn't have Q&A, I would forget all this stuff all the time. Are We There at Club is a festival coming up right after this one. Next, not right after, but like in a week. Wait, let me look at the calendar because I'll never know.
In a couple weeks.
It's in the third. It's on the 31st. Starts on the 31st of May and ends on June 2nd, and it's a festival about creativity and design and some art and food. And started off with this friend of mine, Lily, who initially I worked with on a logo project for the Ethereum Foundation. Send us the link, Elon. Okay. See, you gotta have hecklers, man. You just can't. You just can't do an event without hecklers. Club. I think he had it already, actually. Club. And yeah, I highly recommend. There's some really good speakers. We're also using the same platform as this one. Where's my browser window? And here's the link.
Okay.
And I highly recommend. I'm involved with it on the level of sort of helping out and stuff. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I think it's really great to have all these different outlets in this time we're in now. Like, yeah, we got to have more people sharing ideas and communicating and spreading their stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I have to say that early on in the crypto art thing, people would always like ask me, "So you're coming to Denver? Oh, so you're coming to Paris?" And it's like, no, I can't. I'm sorry, I don't like. Actually, like that's like like a budgetary thing, like traveling, running around everywhere. That has like has its issues in my mind in this day and age. And so I think like if Rare AF lives online into the future, I think that's a good thing because then it's more inclusive because more people can show up and talk.
Yeah.
And that's where it really lives, like in the end, like, right? Like this whole world, like I met you because I met you through the internet. I mean, we eventually met face to face, which was really lovely, but actually like our friendship is mostly based on sending messages back and forth through the internet,
Yeah.
and now we can do that with video and all that stuff. So this is we just have to find ways to make this work even better. Like this is okay, but we have to. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like I do crypto boxes. Obviously, you've seen I do stuff, and I do it with other friends. But it still feels like I'm not going to put a headset on my face. I just can't. Like I can't do that. But there's other ways in which we can make this very like make this more human. I think that's the thing. That's really the challenge is to make it as human as possible. How do we I mean, that's what art is, right? It's like it's conveying the human being. You're trying to communicate yourself. You're trying to convey yourself to others, and then that dialogue, this makes it human, really. Like the people in it make it human. Otherwise, without humans, that's kind of the basis of it. And the more we can increase that humanity, then I think we're all better off, frankly.
Well said. And I've really enjoyed putting this together. It's a fun thing for me, and I've loved getting to include as many people from around the world as I can. That's definitely a reason to keep it going online, and I think it's going to happen. I'm going to do the best I can, and super excited for Are We There Yet? It's going to be amazing. They're putting a lot of work into the organization, and it's going to be really well done. I think we had Lily on Friday give a presentation about it. We'll have a video from that, and the website's in the chat. But unless there's more questions, thoughts, voices in our heads, then we can keep going.
Yeah. The also we're talking again today. Part of the Dada people.
Yeah.
On Zoom, and so that's that 2 in 1 day is not. That's not that it hasn't happened before, but it's yeah.
Yeah, I'm particularly excited about that one at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Yep.
It's going to be a group of panels, international panels with different languages on each panel at the same time. So tune in 3:30 for sure. And we've got a bunch of other great stuff lined up. But yeah, we'll see you on
awesome
and everywhere else.
See you everywhere else. Thanks, James.
Have a good one. Take care.
Bye.
All right, we're live with Sparrow, and without further ado, let's get started.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sparrow, and probably most of you know me, but for those who don't, I'm an artist. I started getting interested in blockchain in late 2017, 2018. Didn't really do much with it until last year. Did some experiments, not on the Ethereum blockchain. At first, and then I came across Ilan and Mattia, and it was actually Mattia who got me to tokenize my first NFT. And that's an interesting story. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about us, basically. I'm here to talk about our community, because to me, that's the important thing that's going on here. I mean, there's great art happening, there's great tech happening, but what really makes all of this special, unlike anything else I've come across in my 50 odd years, is really the community of people. I put together this presentation, and then yesterday, I reworked most of it, because listening to James in the opening of VRAF, and his distinction that he made between collaboration and cooperation, really made me feel like that was an important key to understanding what's happening here and what's making this, what I call radical community, actually work. There. How do I do that? I think that one of the things that we see going on here is
Hey, Sparrow, are you trying to switch slides? I think it might be frozen or something. When that happens, you just unshare and then share again. It might work. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Let me see. Hold on. Did that work?
Yeah, that works now.
Cool. Right. So some of the things that I was thinking through about what makes this collaboration different to other collaborations, or this cooperation different to other situations where we have to cooperate with people. It's voluntary. We're all here because we want to be. We're here because we've chosen to be. And I think that's an important distinction to make. But what we do, and some of the key characteristics of this, to me, is their specific actions. We are doing things that are for a specific reason. And there's lots of people doing specific things. There's projects working on particular problems. There's artists using particular tools. There are people experimenting all over the place. So we've got specific things happening. We've got a diversity of specific things happening. And the last ingredient is they're actually happening. We're not just talking about all of these things anymore. We're actually doing them. And it's that kind of bias to action, I think, that makes the space feel mind-bogglingly fast, but also really exciting and really fun. A bit of a change to, what makes that kind of collaboration was this idea of we're all constituents making this what it is. And I really liked that concept of a constituent, because it means that we are all part of some whole. Every one of us is a moving part in this whole thing, that we can call crypto art, or we can call NFT art, or we can call art. The other thing that I really like about the concept of it being of us being constituents, and that this is a constituted process. If you think about what it means to constitute something, means to make up something. And that I like that play, the double meaning, to make up something, bigger, but also to make up. And that sort of echoes what David was saying earlier this morning, that, we're all making this up as we go along. We don't know where we're going to end up. We don't actually know exactly where we're going. Nate also earlier said that we are trying things and seeing what works. And that's, to me, the title of the presentation, that's the radical part of this community, is, we are taking the best of historical avant-garde movements in the art world and doing it again in the digital world. And that's quite just amazing to be a part of. It feels significant, and I'm happy to be here. So going back to this distinction that James made, that made me restructure my talk, restructure my thoughts, really, and the difference between collaboration and cooperation. And really, so what James said, and correct me if I'm wrong, collaboration is groups of people who come together for a specific common goal, to achieve that goal. And that's the specificity that I mentioned before. That's the collaboration. There's been tons of collaboration in this space. I think the technology makes it really easy for us to do that. Easier than it's ever been in the traditional art world to collaborate with people all around the globe. So I'd like to highlight some of the collaborations that I've been a part of. I did the The Bear and the Maiden's Fair, that's on Known Origin with Abysms. And that was a really interesting project. We passed files back and forth. He had some old photographs. I used some of my old family photographs. And we just tried different things. And eventually something emerged that was really interesting. I have a post about that and what that artwork meant for me that I've written on Scent. I invite you all to go and have a read, because there is a story behind that. Another really cool big collaboration is the mLibTes skateboards, crypto skateboards. I did 2 of those. It's an amazing project. He's collaborating with so many artists. There's going to be 150 boards, so that's going to be 60, 70 different artists that he's going to collaborate with over the course of this year. And, really happy to be a part of that, and really happy to see those kinds of collaborations taking off. The last example here is the First Supper piece on async art. That, 13 artists collaborating on one artwork. It was, at the time, probably even still, was the largest collaboration in the crypto art space. And the way it came together, and everybody just doing what needed to be done to make the deadlines and to get everything ready, and seeing all of these different styles come together and somehow work as fantastically as they did is a privilege to be a part of. So yeah, really, I'll talk more about async art later, because I see that as leading us in the next step, but that's for later. So, for me, this kind of radical collaboration, the ways that we can interact with each other, and the ideas and the art that's produced from them, really is the secret sauce of this crypto art community. It's, what makes us move things forward. Nobody's going to do this on their own. We're all going to do it together, or it's not going to happen. I think it gives an overall sense of all of us building this thing up together, which is important. It is creating something that no one of us could actually create on our own. And those artworks are an example of that. This was probably the first bigger collaboration. It's the first big collaboration for TXU. We put together some video. Ilan did tons of work on this. We all contributed little video clips, and he merged them all together. And they were supposed to be projected on the tower at ETH Denver, and that didn't happen. But like any, good group of artists, we took what we did, and we found another way to show them. So they're up now in CryptoVoxels, and on permanent display in a nice setting there that allowed us to still share our creations with everyone. And that brings me really to the second bit, that cooperation. And that's where people might have different objectives, people might have different goals, and people might not be working on exactly the same thing or on the same thing in the same way. And yet we can still cooperate to make things better. Something like a lot of the things that have started coming up. I mentioned async art. That's a good example of that. The fiat integration on Mintbase. Again, Nate's goal is to be able to have the DAPCOM stuff happen with credit card sales. But that allows me as an artist, because he did that with the tech, that allows me as an artist to go and put my artworks on sale for, through Stripe with a credit card. Another great example of this cooperation. So with different groups with different objectives coming together to actually achieve something. The best example I've been involved in was the royalties and the resale rights. It was artists, a group of artists, including Matt, hi Matt, and Lawrence Lee, and a bunch of others, coming together, doing the research, building the case for why this was important and why we should do it, and then reaching out to the platforms as partners in this and putting it to them to say, we think this would be a valuable thing for you to do. Would you, consider doing it? Work with us to build this new world, this new economy that we're trying to build together. Async art, because they didn't really have a precedent, they were brand new at the time, immediately after discussion, immediately came out with, yes, we'll do the 10% royalties. Super Rare, again, as a good example of cooperation and collaboration coming together, did a community survey of artists and collectors to determine what the right royalty percentage was. We were able to build a consensus around 10%, and they implemented that. Known Origin obviously had the secondary marketplace stuff to also implement, but they got there too, and we are moving, we are really settling on 10% as a standard. And I think, we couldn't have done that as artists alone. Platforms wouldn't have done that on their own. Whale Shark did collectors for artists to push for royalties. Maker's Place did a 5% royalty off the back of that. But really, when the community all came together, we arrived at a 10% figure rather than 5. And I'm hoping that the other platforms, when they do implement their royalties, talking to Mintbase, I believe their plan is to allow artists to set whatever they want. So it'll be configurable per contract, which is great. OpenSea lets you do that up to 10%. So that's another kind of standardization. We're getting there, but it is a good example of maybe different motivations, different goals, collectors, platforms, artists, yet we can cooperate and achieve something when we come together. And that was the key for me in defining what radical community, radical collaboration is. It's that merging of community and collaboration. when you have lots of different things going on, lots of different projects, lots of different experiments, possibly not all going in the same direction, but we're distributed, right? We're decentralized. As a community, we're decentralized. And that's what makes for what I see as a radical community. There isn't just one place. There isn't just one body or one person or one platform saying this is the way things will be. And I think that the longer we can continue with the experiments, the longer we can nurture and allow people to try things out, the faster we're going to get wherever it is that we're going to go. So yeah, this is the async piece, the various async pieces that I've been a part of. The top left is my own personal individual piece called Async Time. And that, I mean, I can talk about async all day. I don't have all day. We can talk about the tech behind it because that's really exciting. We can talk about the autonomous scripts because that's really exciting, and the gas tanks that they've implemented to run the autonomous scripts. You know, that all of that is you know, amazing work that the team there have done. But mostly it's amazing because it allows artists to express in a way that they haven't had available to them before. In the traditional art world, you painted a painting or you drew something, or, you know, you made your artwork, you sculpted your statue, and then that was it. It was done. Whereas with async art, you create this thing, and even once you've made it, even once you've sold it, it's not done. It's still going to evolve. It's still going to change. And that's just a mind-blowing concept. It's a new way of thinking about art that just didn't exist before. And I could do a whole talk on that, but bringing it back to the collaboration and bringing it back to the community, it extends the connections between the artist working with the platform and through the platform to the collectors. And so you're really now enabling collectors to become a part of the creation of this image. They have control over the layers. They can decide what it looks like and how the master image renders. And that connection direct connection between the artist and the collector, you kind of got on Super Rare and the other platforms when a collector bought your work. But once that happened, it was done, until you made another work, generally. With async, you know, the TXU totem that's there on the right-hand side, I've got a better picture of it there. Basileus bought the master token and several of the layers. And, you know, every few days, you know, once a week or so, I see a post on Twitter saying, this is looking lovely today. And that kind of continuing connection with the artwork, I think is a major game changer in this whole space. It builds that community between all of the constituents, between the artist and the platform and the collector. And even if you don't own one of the layer tokens, you go and you watch and you can see it's changing. It's different, with the TXU totem, it changes at least twice a day with the autonomous layers, once at 6 a.m. in the morning GMT and once at 6 p.m. in the evening GMT. And with the gas tank that they implemented, anyone that wants to see that continue can contribute some ETH to the gas tank so that it will continue to change as long as there's gas in that gas tank. And it just pulls more and more people into connection with the art. And I can't imagine a better way of taking this to the rest of the world, taking this little niche that we're in and that we're building out and telling that story to people, because it's a really good story to tell. And basically that's the story that I wanted to tell about the community and about those connections and about everyone being a part of this thing that we're making. And every voice that we add to that makes us stronger. And conversely, every voice that we try to silence diminishes us. And I think that's also important to keep in mind as we go forward.
Thank you so much, Sparrow. That was amazing. I love how you restructured the presentation. I appreciate you taking from the words I rambled off in the opening ceremonies Friday. And you've reminded me of something I've thought of since then, which is combining collaboration and cooperation results in coordination around the higher level shared goals that we all have. And I'm all about collaboration, but it is important to realize the more specific goals that we each have individually, along with the bigger picture, the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, as the saying goes. But thank you so much. That was really cool.
So just to add to that, right? It is everyone. We can't see the big picture yet because it's being created as we do things. And so all of these little projects and all of the different things that are going on, potentially even in different directions, are all taking us towards where we want to go. And so everybody doesn't need to be doing the same thing. That would be boring.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the recognition of how important diversity is for the success of this growing space is probably the most important thing. Like that is how we actually grow and include all these different perspectives, which add so much to the results and the process, along this wonderful journey that we're sharing. And I wanted to ask a question somebody brought up in this comment. Just wondering what's next for Sparrow in the near future.
Yes. So the next thing, one of the collaborations that I didn't mention so far is the 105 Collective. That's fairly recent, like in the last month or so. And that's me and Ben Urban from Scent, and Stina Jones and Unreal City and Ocular Delusion. And we came together to basically apply for a grant. And it was artist based in England. So that defined our group. We ended up not getting the grant, but the project that we envisioned to propose for the grant was so compelling that we've decided that we're just going to do it anyway. So that's the next thing. It's going to be an installation in CryptoVoxels, and it will be another async art collaboration piece for me.
Sounds awesome. Thanks for sharing
Yeah,
that.
I'm really
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out, and I'm sure there's many collaborations that you will be doing in the future, and I really appreciate that and appreciate what you do to help others in the space and just being yourself.
So all of the stuff that I talked about, thank you, James. I put together a little list of links on my website, so blackbox.art/VRAF. If anybody wants to find out more info about anything that I mentioned.
Great. So I want to keep it moving. We're slightly behind schedule, no worries, but we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you so much again, Sparrow. That was really wonderful.
Cool. Bye.
See ya.
here. We run out of time.
All right, we're live with Theo Goodman, and we're just going to dive right into it.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I hope you're doing okay. I'm going to start out this this little presentation with some intro music because, you know, sometimes you need dramatic introduction music for things, mix things up. And thank everyone for speaking and organizing this event today. And yeah, we're going to get into something that you might recognize. And if you recognize what I'm talking about in very shortly, then you can tell me that you recognized it, but I might reveal it at the end as well. But as you might have noticed, the NFT scene, as you would call it, has developed into many things, many of which are far from the collectible cards of Spells of Genesis, far from the network effect and breakthrough of Rare Pepe, and into things like avocado tokens or Nike patents. However, far we are from the genesis of NFTs, we are that much closer to many of the same conversations that have been had over many times. This is a good thing. From this passion and energy that people have for whatever we want to call this arises, it gives way to new movement, momentum, and often a scorched path. The ashes are the fundament of the new forest, one that will yield new fruit and unknown wisdom. Let us have a look at some of the current discourse, reflect on it, and history, and what we might learn from it. All I wanted to do is NFT. That's all I wanted to do. Here is blockchain freakland. We tend to forget how technical we see things. Even if we do not consider ourselves technical, we might think that we are an economics professor and go around preaching about how Bitcoin is sound money and the legacy system will collapse. Oh, wait, isn't it doing it right now? Or maybe we daily pray to the DeFi gods and know that ETH 2.0 will be better than the second coming of Jesus, and proof of stake will work. That is why it is kicked down the road every difficulty bomb that ever comes. Where those sentences about art and creativity, not only are we technical and armchair economic professors, we are, for the most part, full of very strong opinions. And that's good. Now, let's take all that technical and economical and mix it all up with art, which is somewhat subjective. My tools are better than yours. Of course, people use tools, of which require technical know-how and maybe even technical merit. Or maybe you could discuss which tool has the most technical merit. Hey, what paintbrush did you use? Bro, you only used this paintbrush? Bro, that artwork is shit because you used the fucking Walmart brush. Fucking A. Do you want to do art or do you want to do art with fucking Walmart brushes? All your art is shit because you used that brush. I have invented the best new remix brush. And with it, you can only paint using my patented colors. But it is the best brush ever made. Hey, are you playing blues? Still today, you're still playing the blues? You know, it's 2020. We have more than your guitar solos and you complaining about endless bad relationships in your lyrics. We've moved on. You mean art and music are good, even though they're used and they use Walmart paintbrushes and they're playing blues? We have advanced so far, but people refuse to advance. The tragedy of technical merit, and nobody understands. I'm going to yell at everybody until they use the correct paintbrushes. remix of the remix of the merited remix. Mixing the concept of technical merit with artistic merit, while sometimes related, is a mistake that many make. While often good technical skills or tools help artists and musicians to make nice things, you could have the best tools ever made and make something that looks or sounds like crap. Of course, we need to have better, more liberating tools in the NFT world. Why are we even doing all this blockchain shit if it's not about changing the way we do things? But the technical discussion around smart contracts, tokens, blockchains, block explorers, pump and dumps, ICOs, Ethereum, Bitcoin, Ethereum Classic, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin SV, Litecoin, Darkcoin, Dash is at least somewhat of a separate discussion to the subjective value of art. I might find the newest flashing GIF 3D metaverse thing the best thing since gluten-free bread. But what if it was made with a Kmart laptop running Windows and is only an ERC 721 non-customized smart contract? I mean, guys, come on, get with it. Why are you using the cookie cutter contract, bro? NFTs are bearer assets. If they are not bearer assets, then they have some kind of string attached, and they are a hybrid. For example, an automatic royalty payment, freeze or kill function in the smart contract that could limit the future functionality of the NFT for breaking rules, for example, violating any kind of terms of services, does not make it necessarily a bearer asset. Why should anyone care? Because that is one of the main reasons why we're using blockchain technology. Blockchain all the things. We could achieve transparent tracking, provenance, with minimal trust without NFTs being bearer assets. But who wants that? Some might say, no, Theo, it's all about the provenance. Well, you might think that until we solve the issue of decentralized identity, then no, that is not the breakthrough. And due to the nature of blockchain being pseudonymous, no provenance is not the breakthrough characteristic. NFT as a digital bearer asset is indeed. Got any more of that Betamax? Do you know what created the Detroit techno sound? Was it the most technologically advanced tool available? No, it was not. It was made by using tools that most people thought were trash, and they threw them away or they sold them to pawn shops. A Roland TB303 was supposed to sound like a bass guitar. And it could get somewhat close, but when it came out, it landed in the pawn shop, along with the TR-808. Should your token, regardless of what blockchain is on, have some minimal viable characteristics? Sure. Do you need to use the most technologically advanced with the most features or loudest yelled about smart contracts? No. In fact, just using one at the minting service is for the most part fine, if you have custody of the token itself. There could be a few extra fees on sale or minting, but besides that, I hope we can concentrate on the art part of NFTs at some point. Any serious collector is the new pump my bags. You might disagree with a technical argumentation about which smart contract to use, or if it's okay to use a minting service. That's great. However, that is another discussion to what is art boring. Or, I do not like this art, and I think it lowers the value of the whole NFT market. While that is all great and all, we also have to look at some of the motivation besides such argumentations. I do not like this art, and I think it lowers the value of the entire NFT market. It can also be summed up by, I do not buy all these art NFTs out of the goodness of my heart. And if you inflate the supply of total NFTs out there with art that I do not approve of, then my bags are at risk of losing value, which could be a legit argument. However, let's be real. The second one is closer to reality. In the meat space, it would be said over wine and cheese to the gallery, hey, could you kindly remove this trash art? I do not want it near my investments. It's taking up too much wall space. Not that this argument is wrong or right, just that let's be clear about what's going on. Of course, it has nothing to do with the projects that you might be involved in or founded yourself. Never. Collage, music concrete, sampling, pop art, the list goes on and on about remix art. The Amen break taught us that just one small part of a song can be used throughout many genres of music without getting old. Yes, that is my subjective opinion. In the blockchain world, as centralized and freeze command ridden as the CryptoKitties is a form of remix art because you could breed them and thus remix the cats, breeding as remix. Now, there are several other projects that also upload an entire image to the blockchain, and you can make remixes of these images. While that's great, it doesn't mean that everybody needs to upload their image to the blockchain. As a matter of fact, blockchains are not designed to store such files anyway. Has anyone ever been censored from interplanetary file service, torrent, or archive.org? If anyone has, raise your hand and tell me after this presentation, because I've never heard of it in my entire life. The letter C can sound like K or S. The tragedy of the commons, the tragedy of the walled gardens, curation and platforms, damned if you do, damned if you don't. When a platform does not accept an artist for whatever reason, or decides that an artist is no longer welcome on their platform, that is curation and not censorship. This is always going to happen, and there will always be good reason and shady as fuck reasons and plenty of butthurt to go around. So is the nature of having any kind of gallery, record label, or NFT platform. Is it questionable for an informal buyer's cartel to try and strong arm the platforms into particular action? Maybe, perhaps slightly a little. If someone really wants to go through all of that trouble, maybe open up your own platform and gallery. Is it putting the platform owners in a tough place since they are legally responsible to upload the unoriginal, not so even slightly remixed work? Yes, it really is. We need curation. We need remixing. And sometimes we all need a little butthurt to remind ourselves that even our shit stinks. But who cares, Theo? Apparently a lot of people care, and that's good. There are strong opinions to be had. And if these opinions are motivated by greed, speculation, or attitudes, such as, but not limited to, subjective art snobbery, technical nerd, do you even code bro, or an I've studied art, obviously you have not, want to be a professor, it does not matter. It matters that we can speak about our opinions to each other and agree or agree not to agree and make ourselves stronger through this discussion. If we fight each other with a high level of respect and fight hard because we respect each other, we make our tribe stronger. If we fight to break the other person, we make our tribe weaker. and another tribe will come and destroy us forever. All right, that's the first part of the talk. Now, I will take questions. If you have questions, this is the midway point of the talk where I will take questions in the middle. There are plenty of, this is very good that many people want this as text because I have tricked you. It's already published. And so you can go to it and read what I just told you. So I have subjected you to listen to me read my own article, which is already published. And if it's glitchy, then, well, shit, it's live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. And the next, get ready. Also, yeah, ask questions if you want. You can just ask me any kind of questions. It could be about anything, if you know me. That's fine. The next is going to be an excerpt, or maybe the full article that's going to come out on the FOMA magazine, Fear of Missing Art. And so you're going to get an audio preview, but if you want the written version, you have to check out the next issue of FOMA. So get ready. Get ready. We're going to drop this. Theo Goodman in the house. We're dropping tracks like you drop your groceries. The question is, should all NFT platforms be curated? It is an interesting question indeed. And already in it, a critical flaw. I do not care about NFT art. I care about art. I do not care about Krabba Krabong. I care about martial arts. I do not care about techno released on vinyl. I care about techno. That aside, we must admit that the NFT has shown us how to make the digital scarce, and in itself has become part of the total artwork concept expressed. The design construct. And it is not separable from the visual that it not represents, but that it is a part of. Now back to the question. Should all art NFT platforms be curated? One moment, please. Drum roll. No. Not all art NFT platforms should be curated. I have now stated the truth, and now you can move along, creating, consuming, enjoying, and multiplying. Curation is an important skill and an art to itself. The curator is the DJ or event organizer of the NFT world. Just like a cook in the kitchen, the right mixture of ingredients so a curator can use art to create a new experience. Expand our horizons with chemical reactions in our brains. Who doesn't like to eat good food? And who does not like to experience art? With the power of curation also comes great responsibility. And can the function of gatekeeper can creep the scope of this intention? Even without the intent of creating a power structure, one appears. Voila. It is not the existence of such structures that are negative, only the unwillingness to acknowledge them. With selection, it's rejection. With curation, there is but hurt. So is the truth of humans. Inside the walled garden, all is good. But outside? Should artists be making art or pandering to curators? The reality is that you do not need to pander to curators, and being included in curation does not imply pandering. But it could. There are plenty of open NFT platforms that do not require any application or curation. This can become a tragedy of the commons, a tragedy of the overdosed NFT dreams and overproduction. The open platforms are ripe for overuse, plagiarism, double minting. But you can watch these tragedies take place in front of you, live, unedited, uncensored, from the NFT Thunderdome. The beauty of the perceived chaos of open platforms is that there is the beauty of the open platforms is that there is a place for everyone to see live the action in real time. The reality is that people are putting themselves out there, and you might not like it, and you might even have some of your snobbish snowflake dreams crushed. But you obviously did not study art. Instead of wondering what the market impact will be when prolific artists release 50 NFTs a day, zoom out and have a look at the self-curation that is going on live in front of you. Instead of staying in your cozy brainwave of walled gardens, open yourself up to the rawness of the open platforms where the real innovation and risks are taking place. Are we using blockchain technology to be the most technical, or to have the ability to take risks and burn power structures, to use the ash as fertilizer for the new ground which we are cultivating? Any serious collector will understand that the unregulated, uncurated platforms are where you find the undiscovered artist. Any serious speculator knows that the uncurated platforms are where you find the golden nugget for pennies. And any serious art enthusiast knows that these platforms are the heartbeat, the pulse of what is going on, the truth. Curation is important, but we do not need inflated egos turning the NFT world into a mirror of the legacy art world, or even worse, a mirror of EDM DJs. The open platforms provide a place to cultivate energy and also provide a power check to any curated platform that exists or will ever exist. While some might treat open platforms as the soccer trophy that they get for just being on the team, the reality is that the school of hard knocks, and without taking notice, you're walking in the dark, and you might get knocked out. We are our own curators. Theo Goodman. Okay, the first question is link for the soundtrack. Okay, we're gonna have we're have soundtrack right now. Hope you're enjoying. And non-glitched audio. Yeah, well, I guess we're just gonna have glitched audio. And I'm gonna play some music here for you. Are you gonna tokenize the other paragraphs? I might tokenize the other paragraphs. If there's high demand. Here we go. Yeah, it was kind of an experimental format. I just decided to do this spontaneously, so I hope it was good. I didn't really want to do a normal talk with slides that was just, which can be cool, but I guess I just did a live experiment of kind of reading text that I've already written. I kind of should have practiced it a little bit more, but I hope that you enjoyed it and give me feedback. Yeah, but I think that's a cool way to do it, because I noticed when I speak out, what I've written, it sounds a lot different than when you write, and I think it's an interesting way to do it. And also, sometimes in the presentations with the slides, it's cool, but it's too much stimulation. You should just be able to concentrate on what's going on. And so yeah, I just wanted to do that. Also, kind of like on the last text, I was talking about how the quote unregulated markets are. It's kind of like watching a possible car accident live happen, and that's what I like about these kind of things. It's a kind of live improvisation, but when you watch all the output of everything that's going on, and it's coming directly from the creators, I think it's very interesting. Yeah, it is almost wrapped. I'm gonna drop some. I gotta get some beats. So I have my synth right here, and I was playing along. Got this really cool little synth. So now this is kind of like after a backstage hangout, because this is a virtual event, so we don't have the hangout part. We don't have the hangout part. So I think that's cool. I think I'm going to play with this format if I do other talks, and just maybe do as part of it and then talk about it after. It's also, I had at least one request for the text, and it was already published. So that's good. That's a kind of guerrilla way to remarket any kind of text that you have written, and you wonder if anyone is going to read it. Well, you could just read it and not tell them what you're reading. And then if people are curious, they might ask. Who knows? It's kind of hard to believe it's been a year since the last Rare AF, and only 2 years, or 2.5, 2 years since the first one. And it went by really fast. And the key, I think, this event particularly, was really important for people to meet in real life in the meet space, and get to build community. What some of the people have already touched on. I know Sparrow touched on that a little bit on the talk before. And token wrap. Yeah, so if anyone knows the best way to tokenize, yes, I will tokenize some audio. So I have a super rare. I have one piece with audio. I've actually released an album under another project that doesn't have any tokens with it, and I was wondering if anyone has any ideas the best way. I mean, I could make an unlockable token. I mean, it's with the platform, you unlock it and then you get the download code, but I don't really know a good way to tokenize music so far that's really caught on. Otherwise, I think it would be real interesting. Maybe like more of the unique spoken. Yeah, that's right. DJ Pepe has already done it, and that's pretty cool. It's the same. It's just that's a cool concept. That's the unlock concept. So you have the token, and the token lets you unlock audio to the private SoundCloud link. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way. I could probably do that. Yeah, Rarible has an unlock feature. Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. But if anyone has any other ideas, I haven't figured out how to explore. You would think it maybe the same way will work, and it will eventually catch on the same way as art. Message signaling, yeah. So, okay, I'm gonna hand this over, or I don't know if I'm ahead of time or behind time. I don't know. See, 27 minutes. Okay, I'm good. So yeah, ask me questions. Thanks a lot for having me. I haven't watched the whole event today, but I've watched some, and it was really good. And get Theos. I have Theos token on Bitcoin crops. Oh yeah, I had a shout out list. Hold on, but I'm not gonna have everyone, of course. But I do want to mention people might ask about Counterparty. We've got Freeport Wallet and Free Wallet. Both have been updated and are really cool with really cool things. And Kaleidoscope XCP is still out there. That's cool. Bitcoin crops. And yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone about that magazine, FOMA, Fear of Missing Art. Check that out. Another time, I mean, we could talk about other things that are not about the art, but keep coming up. But I'm going to give the last part of this talk my hot takes. Get ready. I've got 90 seconds for my hot takes. This is going to be the best part of the whole talk. Okay, royalties. Royalties are great, except don't forget that's going to inflate the price. So if 10% is the 10%, that's great. But the markets are efficient. And the NFT market is not highly efficient because it's small. However, it will gain efficiency. What does that mean? That means the more efficient the NFT market is, the faster that 10% will get. If the royalty payment is 10%, for example, the faster that 10% will get added down to the final cost of the new person that buys it, which might be okay, and maybe the market can handle that. But the 10% comes from somewhere. So just I'm not convinced. I don't have a solution for how artists can participate in secondary sales, or if they did want to do that, I don't have a solution that doesn't inflate the price right now. So I cannot solve that problem. But I see contradiction in people wanting to make it more accessible, or maybe talking about prices a lot, but in the process of the royalty system, that's going to inflate the price. And I'm not 100% sure people realize that or want that. So it's kind of, yeah, no, we're experimenting. I agree. I just want to throw it out there, what I see in a long term. I think it's cool. And that would be great to get reoccurring royalties. And I encourage people to have, multiple sources of income, and some comes regularly and some comes irregularly. I get it. Okay, another hot take. Funds, meaning like investment DAOs or like investment pools that are buying NFTs or whatever and making a coin or something like that. I would just say really watch out with that stuff. Please be careful and don't invest money in these things. I mean, it's such a new market, and in crypto history, these things have gone really bad. So I don't know. I just don't want to get into name exactly, but just just beware about that. The prices, if it's like a pool, NFT pool, you have to think where they're getting the prices and how easily would it be for them to manipulate those prices. If it's just like one or two sales, it's pretty easy to do, and I don't think it's good for our ecosystem to have people doing that right now. I think we should do other stuff, but again, that's my hot take. I mentioned it on chain. Yes, no, yes, on chain. Okay, but you don't need to store image on chain. It's ridiculous. It's not scalable. Ethereum developers don't want it. There's a lot of reasons. Now, that being said, there's no reason to have really cool metadata or other data on chain. I agree. A whole image on chain, I don't think it's necessary. And I think an immutable link to torrent riot FPS is more than enough. And that's it. I'm going to stop. I'm going to hand the mic over. Thanks a lot, James, for organizing this. I know it's a lot of work. And I like this little platform, Crowdcast. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Theo. And I hope y'all enjoyed the glitchy audio. Thought it added something, appropriate for Theo's style to the presentation. I don't know. But yeah, good you have the text version, and the audio can be shared however you feel is the best way. And Theos is money. I know that. I don't, but
yeah, thanks a lot.
But yeah, we'll keep it ning. Keep doing what you're doing, and really enjoy that. That was super cool.
Thanks.
All right, we'll keep it going. All right, we're live with Giselle, who's got a nice presentation for us, and we'll get right into it.
Hello, everybody. So this is a first. Thank you all for being here. There's been such amazing people I've been listening to. And James, you have amazing stamina on all of this. I'm amazed that you're the one leading all of these talks. Good on you. It's like 3 days of nonstop. Okay, everyone, welcome to my studio. This is Giselle X Flores. I would like to tell you about who I am, and the first part will be about my trajectory as an artist. And then the second part will be a presentation on the works I've been creating and what's the thoughts behind them. First off, let me take these off. So early on, I've loved art my whole life. I started oil painting around 6 years old. On the weekends, my parents assigned me to a painting school. It was like very traditional Cuban run by this artist that did very representational artworks. And I learned how to recreate images really well, I guess, technically, over the weekends. I did that for about 10 years, graduated from that art school, did all kinds of big canvases and really fun things. It was my getaway from really normal life in New Jersey. Very small family. My dad was an electrical engineer. He brought home a computer around that same time when I was 6. Loved it, changed my life. I played these like mini games on floppies. I like learned how to navigate DAWs. It was really fun. I had so much fun learning these tiny little games and everything. I spent all my other time outside in this small patch of grass in front of my house. I loved nature, loved catching little spiders, making little homes for them. I mean, bugs, everything. I watched nature shows. I was really into collecting rocks and gems and coins, stamps. I went through my life loving things like that, not the normal toys or dolls or baseball cards really became a huge thing for me. I started putting out Excel sheets on like what they were worth. I loved following up. This is like when I was like 13, just collecting it and organizing them into things, into like value. It's come now full circle where I've found this world of blockchain, and it's really been so exciting to learn about. It was early 2019 when I started looking into it. Back to just a bit more on the early years, loved microscopes, anything chemistry oriented, like exploding tiny things. Like there was these sets that would just like elements were changing, and I was super into them. Fast forward to college, went to the Rhode Island School of Design, and there I learned so much of art, so much more than just creating a pretty picture. It's like the opposite. I didn't want to do that anymore. I realized I knew there was so much art out there that I didn't understand how to translate it in a conceptual way into something that meant something about life. You know, I felt like I didn't even really understand life anymore. I didn't understand much about life. Like I was so very sheltered as a kid. So being in college at the Rhode Island School of Design was really fun. They gave us so much freedom in what we were doing. I studied illustration, which was a lot of drawing from life. I learned how to draw from life, which was a new thing for me. It really changed the way I see things. I was just teaching my kids the other day, trying to teach them to draw from life, because I think it's the main thing when you're trying to get a concept out or an idea, having that translation through your hand or through your medium is really key. And something about drawing really makes that click for me. I tried all kinds of mediums through college. I did carving into stone. I tried wood. I did printmaking. I did everything. Learned about art history, learned about the context of the type of art I was trying to make. Trying to put concept into my artworks was a huge hurdle. And I feel like just recently I've started to really be able to speak of it. The things I would do in college were really fun. The projects I would do were non-traditional. I majored in illustration, and I had some teachers that were great with expanding my concept of art, but then there was others that were just so into their traditional, like bookmaking or children's books, stories, or very illustration in a very matter-of-fact way. But I really was not into making cartoons or anything. So I did things like, I would have house parties in college, having basically human people to experiment on. One time we had to do an alphabet and have a different letter representing a different idea. And I had everybody cast their fingers in my room. So I would have all different kinds of fingers, and then I put them in little plaques and had a term for each type of finger, and had different ones, like really long ones or chewed up ones, and they all represented a different letter in the alphabet. There was one teacher I had, Robert Brinkerhoff. He was so good at helping me expand conceptually. He would have projects so open-ended where it was like, make a piece of art that had to do with suspense. So I was like, okay, I love watching animals, and I had a pet leopard gecko at the time. And I decided to use it as a performance art. The gecko was a performance artist, and I had crickets, and I put them in these little plexiglass cubes. And in front of the class, I released the gecko into the maze of plexiglass cubes with crickets in them. And it was so out there, but everybody was so interested in it. And I felt so excited that I could make something that got people interested. And it was so out there and so not something I had ever done before. That was super epic in what I like to create. Then I started on my senior year. I did I started studying photography and doing darkroom work, learning 4x5 and traditional process, mural printing. Henry Hornstein was a really great inspiration for me. He always would say, shoot what you love. And that for me is fantastic, because I love just delving into what I'm interested in. I don't know. It's something I've always been into, and the technical aspect of my work is a huge element of it. So I love doing that. What my senior thesis, I did mural prints of raw meat, shot with a 4x5. I printed it as large as I could, as detailed as I could, and I mounted them on foam core, hung them from meat hook chains in the big semicircle, and in the middle I put a big bucket of fried chicken, which for me, I wasn't a vegetarian. A lot of people thought my work was about that. It's more almost surrounding myself with the things I really liked. I think the bucket of fried chicken now as I think of it, it symbolized my family in a way. My favorite thing to do was going on a barbecue with them in a park, or, it was like a park picnic, and we would take a bucket of fried chicken and eat it in a picnic table. It was one of my favorite things to do. And surrounding myself with really detailed organic images. I don't know. So around that time, I was also living in Providence because I was in school there. I was friends with a lot of the local artists that were not part of the college. They were squatters, they were warehouse, they all lived in a giant warehouse that I lived in too. We built our own rooms. It was all noise music every night, bands. It was like so much fun. Collaborations of all kinds of artists. We would go dumpster diving. We would go to concerts all night. I ended up with a black eye once just from somebody dancing too hard near me. It was wild and really fun. And I've always kept close to different types of strange communities or outsiders. Or I learned so much from them, and it's always so exciting. The DIY culture was huge back then. This is like 2003. There was a place called Fort Thunder that sparked so much beautiful music and a generation of noise music that is awesome, and it will always be in my heart. Lightning Bolt, a band that came from that, and I got to watch them when I was 9 months pregnant with my first son. I got to watch them again, and I was like front and center in that concert. It was so much fun, and I think my son is like now inclined to be awesome. And okay, so after college, I went to Brown University. I worked with Brown University. They had a virtual reality lab. I was very much interested in. I tried virtual reality a few years before that. And it blew me away. It was mixing computers that I loved with the space around me, and being able to work with Brown University was super cool. And they had a whole cave that was projecting this virtual reality. They had like projectors. It was a very immersive environment that I had never been able to work with before. And they were visualizing data science. They were like trying to visualize a lot of blood flow analytics and working with bat flight structure, like trying to understand bat flight dynamics. There's so much mystery behind them, a lot of data that they've collected, and they didn't know how to visualize it. So I was helping with menu structures and how to intuitively go through the data in a visual way. I couldn't stay there very long in Providence. Much after, I felt the need to come to New York City. It was close to my family. My family's still in New Jersey. I wanted to try what it's like to be in the big city and pursue photography. And so I started interning, went through the commercial photography scene. I learned all about fashion photography and all the way different people shoot. And I helped convert a lot of traditional medium photographers into a digital format. I was working with a company called Industrial Color, and they were super high-end digital company that was just helping transition a lot of the high-end fashion photographers into this new world of capturing in a digital fashion. Had a good solid 13 years of shooting for clients and being my own still life photographer, and that was great. And I did a lot of traveling and learned a lot of technical lighting and you know, special detailed type work for many different kinds of clients, as you could see on my website. I started breaking away into my own photography away from the clients when I started shooting things exploding again. I was working with laser triggers and pyrotechnics. The chemistry set of my childhood became my playground for photography. So that was super fun to start realizing what I could find in photography. And then clients started responding to that. They would still want very plain photos, though. It seems like the money makers are the very plain photography. And then it was interesting because then I started doing more with my own life, like learning about what life's all about, which is like challenging yourself in every aspect possible. I was running marathons, traveled South America, went all these places, fell in love. You know, there was all these things that happened during that commercial time. Started having concerts in my space, bringing music back to my life. Then biggest journey ever, having kids. Totally, it was wild. I became a DIY fanatic. Had trouble with eczema all over my hands, so like I started eating super healthy. Wanted raw foods all the time. We started ordering raw milk. Photography was kind of dwindling, but it was fine because I was raising my kids. It was like I did cloth diapers, you know, I had home births. It was wild. I've tried all kinds of things and made my own deodorants and shampoos and whatnot. It was really wonderful having the time to raise the kids as I wished. And what stemmed from that was almost a photography moment. Where I started thinking, what maybe art's not even for me. I don't know. Like it's like I needed to recreate myself, I guess. And the raw milk delivery man, I started making ice cream, and then the delivery guy was like, hey, you know, we could sell this too. And it's like, oh really? Okay, so maybe I could start doing that for some money, because we have nothing to lose now. So I started making ice cream and started a whole company on it, New York Ice Cream Gallery. I want to see if I could screen share, because we can look through some fun things in the meantime. Applicate, wait, so let's see. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, good, I think you can see. So this is fun. You can like go through my New York Ice Cream Gallery. It has since, this is me as a teenager on my first job I ever had at Dairy Queen. There's like, I made raw chocolate. Like I was grounding 3-ingredient chocolate from cocoa nibs, and we had a cool van, and we were like out trying to sell our raw ice cream and farmers markets and anywhere possible. I was making so many cool flavors like lavender. This is me working at Food Works at the factory. So this was like who I was for that time in my life. And then I also started doing roller derby too, which was like wild. It was like ice cream and roller derby, like, I don't know. It was like just I needed to live life again. So then, let's see if we can stop. Okay, so then we're gonna head to, this was one of the first videos I ever made too, that I kind of wanted to show you guys. This was made with an iPhone and a roller skate.
Hey, I don't think I can see it or anyone can see it. Do you want to like try resharing? Is it in a different application window? Maybe I'm.
This was 2018. I started trying to find out the moment between the shutter, like trying to see what is within the capture of photography. And my photography started changing, and I started working with multiple pops of light instead of just one, and long exposures, depth of field, like things happening during the moment of capture. And that changed a lot of what I was started to create. I feel like 2018 was a huge like rebirth of like after the ice cream. It wasn't really taking off. People, I don't think they understood. They weren't ready for New York Ice Cream Gallery. I think someday they will. And someday I'll have a gallery or be part of one or reintroduce the ice cream in a new way. It'll be fun. I just want to give out free ice cream because I think selling it is silly. I hope one day that'll happen. The moment within the capture is a huge thing. A lot of my art has stemmed from that, and a lot of I feel like the art I've been making about my life is coming through in that. Right now, so the New York Ice Cream Gallery went on pause. It turned into, we started having art salons. My husband went to Cooper Union, and he also has a huge network of artist friends. And we decided we wanted to bring art back into our lives the way it was pre-children. Started hosting events in our space. We have a 15-foot wall that we exhibited about 100 different artists throughout 2 years of monthly salons, all with performances and all kinds of artists creating and sharing their works. You could see that on New York, in the New York Ice Cream Gallery website, which I have also here. I'm gonna go really quick to that. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, that's not it. Oh yes, this is it. So here, this is the website of our. It says I have a few performances here that I was able to document. You guys can look at it on your own time. It's been really wild to like introduce so many artists into our lives. So, okay, now to my presentation. How far am I? Oh, I gotta hurry up. There's so much I want to share. I really love talking about my work. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to share screen one more time because I'm going to have now a slides presentation. Oh, my family's back. Okay, so here we are. So Giselle Flores, this is the directory on the bottom. These are the first two works of where the moment between the shutter really started becoming important for me. These moments where movement was happening in between the capture was a really big deal for me. So I just tokenized those recently. Let me get into quickly as to how I got into blockchain. My son was playing Animal Jam and really got into trading items and gaming. And I started looking up to see if there was such a thing for adults too. And I found Web3 and the word blockchain. And I ended up finding a pre-release copy of a book called The Spatial Web. And I read that and it blew my mind. And I realized I have to look into art in blockchain. Found Beta Cent podcast, which mentioned Super Rare and a bunch of other things. And I took notes right away and started doing my research. I continued with my photography. I was like having dreams about the shutter, about between the shutter. I started doing little videos too for just mental space because having kids was driving me a little crazy in this studio apartment. I was having a lot of interesting thoughts with meditation and listening to binaural beats. There's a program called Insight Timer that was really helpful in grounding me. And I started making these videos that were bringing peace to my mind, bringing a solace, like a quiet within my chaos of my life. This is one of the first that I put to Super Rare. Let's see if it works. Hydro LED waves. This is actually of my fish tank. I wish the quality was better. I think if you look at this on your own in the HD quality, it's much nicer. That's with all the videos in this presentation. Another one that I really love is Hydro Sunset Mandala. It's one of my favorites. Let's see if we can do that too. I think you guys have maybe seen them, maybe not. There's links to all of them. During the moment within the shutter, I started this, I had a dream about light waves and being able to capture those light waves and thinking of what the most important source would be of finding those light waves. So I found myself headed to Times Square. This is like before coronavirus. This is last year. And I found a way to shoot these things. I dreamt about the technique, and then I put it to the test by going to Times Square, and I ended up with images such as this one, which is very important to me. It shows the American flag the way it's kind of, it's just shuddering and splitting and turning into many different items and what America means, and the way that blockchain is going to really change the world, or I believe, and I'm sure many of you do too. It's finding so much within the details and perspectives of so many people. I got parts of the series have been turned into passages in space. These looked like elements of space to me that are just insanely detailed and poetic to me visually. Here are some details of those. This is part of the Ethereum's wave that was in the front. It's like these are taking pictures of the light waves. These are the light waves showing. It's this moire. It's this beautiful natural occurrence that we do not see with the naked eye. And turning it into video has been a wonderful thing in the past year I've been able to do. This is a different group of work that's dealing with light emission and water, mixing the two and seeing a similar pattern of moire, of something that used to be shunned upon in still life photography, because moire is such a bad thing dealing with when you're trying to show your fashionable shirt or whatnot. I find my work is bringing beauty to these things, which I've always been very interested in seeing these details. Here's magnifying wash, minimalist wash, fox wash. I've started animating these icons of blockchain up to the most recent Pepe wash, which I really love because it just shows the emotion that's going between what I've been making and, oh, let's see, do I have to, let me present this so it's not so, here. Oh. This is what happens when Ethereum and Bitcoin go down in price. This is me being like, "Wah!" I remember during the last crash, I reached out to Connie Digital, being like, "Is this a real thing? Like, what do I do?" And he's like, "Just chill. It's gonna change." And he's like, "It's not my first rodeo," and I thankfully, didn't give up, and that was really helpful to hear of. So this was this is I Can, We Can Exist. It was kind of in the beginning of when I came to Super Rare. Around that moment, I had another dream of expanding a soup can, rolling it in a long exposure, rolling it down the frame, and having a soup can that's mostly UPC codes and ingredient listings. This is the way I felt that the blockchain that I was learning about, the Ethereum worlds, the code worlds, the QR worlds, this is a embodiment of all of those thoughts. And then I used this project and split it into coins, which I displayed during one of the art salons, and I gave them out. This is the making of video that I projected during the show so that people could understand. A lot of them never had heard of blockchain before. I was trying to see if I could introduce it to people who didn't understand it at all. Here is, let's go to the next one. These are the coins on OpenSea. I wish that there was better ways to exhibit them so you could actually see the complete image together. But you know, there's plenty of ways to adjust for the future. I really enjoyed making this set. These are the actual pieces I gave out. They had one side of QR code and the other side of the photograph. They were all signed. And that brings me to one of the most recent coin projects I worked on with BullionX, where I made a gold coin. And I really wanted to bring the feeling of history into this coin, a tactile feeling to a digital medium. I wanted to make it into a treasure piece, a collectible, a historical piece for my story. And that brings me to this more recent one. This is the collection on Behance, which has, when I made a series of photographs, I reached out to my previous clients of watches. They're all make their own watches. It's like small label companies, and they let me have fun with their watches and do what I wished with them. This was one of the images that I really loved, and recently it came into play because I wanted to split it up. The thought of the moment within the shutter, the thought of the macro to be found within the micro. I wanted to find more within this image. I wanted to see about splitting it into different ones, into emotion, into kind of challenging things I've never done before. So within that, I created this recent edition called GXF Time. And I split it into all different frames of animation, gave them out, and made one main image with all of them together. I feel like fractionalizing artwork, I guess async art is also doing a wonderful thing with that. It's going to be in my future. I've been accepted a while back, but I haven't created anything for them yet. Because I want it to be really important, and I want it to speak to me and speak to you, and I want to, I need to wait for the right inspiration for what I'm going to do with that. This I feel like is leading towards that future artwork. Thanks to CryptoVoxels, I have a lot of different pieces in different exhibitions. Matt Kane's over here. There's wonderful things happening in CryptoVoxels, which brings me to my short film screening, Movie X Mural Wall in Pransky Land. I have my piece there right now. As you can read, there will be a bi-monthly exhibition of short films. I want to be screening every 2 weeks, having an ongoing video in this wall. I want to have it as a place to represent all crypto artists and be able to show their work that is derived from a tokenized piece. I'd like it to be derived from one, because I think that's important. It could be definitely better quality. What's wonderful about this wall is it has great quality because it's just a YouTube stream. So the constraints of an NFT do not bother it. And I think that's wonderful, especially while people are going around the land to see that wall changing on a regular would be wonderful. You're going to submit your favorite to my Discord. I think it's really fun that I'm going to have the way to submit your piece. You have to send 50 of any social token. This is about inclusion of all people and all social currencies. I feel like they should all be played with or used or seen in different ways. So I am going to be accepting 50 of any kind of tri-role social token as an entry for submitting to this project. Whoever is selected every 2 weeks will get 500 of my social token as well. And I hope that's fun for everybody here. I'm going to stop so I could see what's going on here. Let me see with you guys. Are you all still there? Okay. Did you hear me? I feel like I was just looking at a screen for so long, trying to go through the slides.
That was great.
Okay. Thanks so much for listening and being there.
Thanks for sharing your artwork and some of your story. And, we really appreciate you being here.
Awesome. I love to be part of it. It's been so freeing to not work for clients and to just create this whole new world into blockchain and community collaborations, everything Sparrow spoke of. Theo was a wonderful speaker today. I'm so excited to see what Matt's going to talk about. Everybody, there's been such wonderful energy and inspiration going on in this space. And I hope my trajectory as an artist helps others understand or find their own voice and see that it can come from anywhere. Inspiration comes from everywhere and anywhere. And collaboration is very important in thoughts, in staying positive, and following dreams, in making life make sense for each of us. It's so different for everybody. Everybody has different thoughts, and to every extreme. And it just makes life more interesting.
Well said.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Take care. We'll keep moving on and look forward to what you create next. All right, we're live with Matt Kane, who's got a great presentation about his artwork and maybe some other things. But without further ado, take it away.
Thanks, James. And thanks for the lead off, Giselle. That was very informative. I had no idea about the ice cream. That's amazing. Or the roller derby. Maybe I knew about that though. So I'm gonna be giving you some sort of historical context on my life and describe some things that you might otherwise not know about, because they're relative to what I'm doing these days. The new series that deals with fiat currency aesthetics, because that actually started in 2006. And that gets to the idea of hodling ideas, and I'll round all this out for everybody. So I changed my presentation after I saw Jason Bailey's timeline, because it was kind of like a brilliant way to give perspective. So I was born in 1980, and it freaks me out that there's 4 blocks here, although the last one isn't complete yet. So first, a primary thing to know about me is that I have some sort of color synesthesia. What I think is that it started when I'm 2 or 3 years old. I went to Sunday school and they showed The Wizard of Oz. I don't know why they showed us The Wizard of Oz, but there was this scene where Dorothy goes from the black and white world into the color world, and it like had this this cellular response on me. And we only had a black and white television at that time, and so I said, I'm going to watch TV in color from now on, and I'm just going to tune my mind to watch things in color. And so that's what I did. And if we look here, I don't know if you can see the cursor. Yes, you can. Great. So the last memory I have of having like synesthesia as a child was somewhere around the time I'm 9 or 10, possibly 11. There was this, we moved a black and white television into my bedroom at that time. And I remember a distinct memory of this. There was this cartoon show about Nintendo characters. And I remember I was always watching it in my bedroom on the black and white TV. So I was doing this color thing again. And like eventually I saw it on an actual real color TV. And I remember being surprised because I had colored the one character. I think he's like this red ball. And I think I colored him like green or something. And I was like, oh, I got that way wrong. Like he, and I think I was drawing pictures of these characters and I was coloring them the way that I saw them. And I remember being like, well, I colored him wrong. So anyway, there was this break in the synesthesia. I don't remember ever doing it, probably between like 1990 and 2000. And I would reason it's probably have something to do with like puberty is just hell. And probably also just I ended up getting like color TVs, and so there was no reason to do it from my child mind and the reason that I was doing it in the first place. So I go to university like those of us who are lucky enough to do, and I had a 2-year scholarship on art, and I wanted to major in studio art, but I was kind of being told by all the adults in my life, well, you want to be able to make a living, and so I ended up majoring in education, and so I was a design teacher for was it 2 years or 3 years? I never remember anymore. It was one of those. Moving forward, okay, I'm kind of a Vine speaker. So going back down here to the synesthesia, this is when I started it back up again, was halfway through university. I asked myself, like, what's special about me? What's unique about me? And I remembered that thing about, coloring the television. And so I decided to try it on some black and white photographs and just paint over top those. And that ended up working nicely. And that's what I've been doing for close to 20 years now. And so, okay, a year out of college, I end up showing my work in one of the top galleries in Chicago. And it's a big long story about that, but just briefly, this is sort of what my work looked like. The work on the left is The Funeral of Peter Pan. And that was 8 feet by 6 feet. And so they were these very large oil paintings on canvas. And the one on the right I did before I ever saw The Shining. And I was like, ooh, when I saw The Shining, I was like, that reminds me of my painting. At the same time, I was also experimenting beginning in 2002 with layering resin. I would layer resin, then paint on a layer, and kind of successively create these blocks that we call, my gallerist wanted to call resin boxes, because I put them in these nice little black frames that I made out of wood. And this was I think this was 2006. I had my first one-person show, and that has some of the resin work. I ended up having blocks to very thin layered color, but I was trying to use of red, but still have very many, and so it kind of created this this depth to the color. There was a lot of there was trauma going on that surfaced around the time I got into the gallery, and so there was kind of this breaking point where I needed to leave, and so it was kind of like self-sabotage, because here I am, I'm having my first one-person show in one of the top galleries, Ann Nathan Gallery in Chicago, and all of this work sold, and so I'm like, well, you know what? It's time to pack up and move to Seattle. But this was also prompted. I had this vision of creating this computer program in which I would create art in. I suppose primary to why I make art is I'm trying to get as close to what I'm seeing in my mind as possible, but at the same time I'm also with my mind, because what I see responds to what I'm doing physically in the real world. And so there's this jazz music ensemble going on between what's going on in my mind and what I'm doing physically. And sometimes I don't do what I don't go along with the plan in my brain. This other side of my brain says, yeah, well, you're seeing green, but you know what? We're doing purple, and let's see what happens there. Anyway, I end up in Seattle, and I'm jobless because I wanted to stop teaching in here. When I wanted to go get a bag of pretzels, and I went and I pulled out $1, and I guess I tuned into the dollar, and I saw the color on the dollar. And I was like, oh, this is brilliant. This is how this looks, and this is perfect, because it's just perfect. I saw something, and then I was kind of touring around here, and long story short, I ended up working at Whole Foods for 3 months, stocking groceries, before getting into the web development and starting my journey into that. And just to give some more perspective on this, so the fiat-inspired arts, time I moved to Seattle, but it's 2 years before the financial crisis of 2008, and it's 3 years before the birth of Bitcoin. Okay, and you're going to see there's these gaps here. So I'm working on the fiat-inspired art in Seattle for about 4 years. Then there's this big gap, okay? And I'm going to explain what that big gap was about. And then there's this little spurt here. And then there's this other gap, and this is where we are right now. But I'll continue. So one of the first pieces I made, I ended up painting on real dollar bills and stuff. And this was a piece I made for my niece, Sierra. She just graduated high school 2 days ago, and I'm really proud of her. And But at the time, I think she was like 4. And so anyway, I painted a bunch of these just directly on currency, and I don't know where they all are. I gave some away, and anyway. So if you ever see a really colorful dollar, grab it. Then I'm because my paintings were originally like 8 feet by 6 feet and just really immersive. I was still kind of working in that way, but I'm also thinking about things in terms of collage, and I wasn't really into like doing art on computers yet. So my way of collaging the artwork was to actually segment it off in Photoshop, but then I was printing it out and I was manually assembling it in my studio to get ideas for composition and stuff. And so that's what you see here is I'm just like collaging these things physically. And this is a work in progress on this piece. This is one of my first pieces that I was really proud of from this series. And this series, by the way, it never really saw the light of day. I never sent it to my gallery. This is when it was finished. There was something missing about this work, and there was something missing about me at this time. And I felt like this body of work, it was going somewhere, but I wasn't ready to carry it yet. And this was a work on paper that I did. I was, at the time, I'm 25, and I'm really trying to find what my language is. I know it's color, but like, what's my medium? What, how do I get what's in my brain out on paper? How do I manifest in the best way what I'm doing? And the work on canvas didn't do it. The work on resin got closer, but not quite. And so I'm the 7 years I'm in Seattle, I'm just constantly searching, and you won't even see all the experiments I did, but it was just searching for how do I best manifest what I'm doing. This is another collage I was really excited about, featuring Thomas Jefferson, and what I saw is these crocodile mermaids. They were half crocodile, and I think they had like clarinets, and they were blowing farts like of magical color out of the clarinet. I don't know what I was thinking. This is 15 years ago, but it's amazing. It's amazing. And a lot, and I wasn't as into meditation then, but I am now, and I think that a lot of my, I've learned to trust my sources of imagery. I think back then, I was a little bit more, I'm at my phone just texted me, and I lost my train of thought. Sorry. I'll just continue. At the same time, I'm continuing work on resin, except I'm doing it in a slightly different way, where instead of collaging printed elements into the resin, I'm actually studying oil paint glazers, like the practice of glazing oil paint in successive layers, it kind of in the tradition of Leonardo da Vinci. And I did a lot of research on that. And so I was trying to carry that process on in these like very thin successive layers. And I would always do the eyes as the back layer, because that way the eyes would always follow the viewer. And I was really into being creepy and haunty back then, and I probably still am, except I have no I have more perspective on myself then than I do today. This is the finished product, and I had a really bad camera I was using. Otherwise, this would be crisper. But you can kind of see, like, I'm playing with pattern, like the yellow that I'm putting in here. You know, I have a big lace collection. It's like my studio practice of having this big lace collection that I would stamp color through. It's gotten replaced by me writing algorithms to create these patterns. And there, you know, there's something to that. I still want to do something, you know, in the physical real world realm, and I'll get there eventually. It'll be cool when I round back out. This is a side view, and it kind of shows you how Abe Lincoln will give you the side eye because those eyes are sunken back in there. Yeah, I liked how at the time I did these white stripes in maybe 3 different layers, and it was very visceral to move around these pieces because as you've changed your perspective, the piece would shift. And this has become a very popular, I wouldn't say it's popular, but it's become more known on the internet of layering resin and stuff. You know, keep in mind, I'm doing this in 2002. I started this. And I was putting this into a major gallery in 2004. So I'm not going to say I was a pioneer in this, but maybe, I don't know. And I've abandoned resin. I think resin's a terrible idea for artists because it has a lot of health hazards. If you're ever interested in using resin, you know, send me a message and I'll say, you know, I'll tell you why not to use it or what health practices you need to use. So anyway, back on track. I'm also printing out on acetate these different patterns and involving them in the layers and seeing what happens with that. And I did maybe 10 of these 9x12 Abe Lincoln heads where I'm just experimenting and figuring out what works and what doesn't work. And you know, in a bunch of different styles. Again, I'm searching for something, but I'm not quite finding it. This is a color sketch that I did. You know, my process back then was I would either have a photo or I would create the collage then digitally, and then I would do my tuning in and I would color it the way that I was seeing it, and then that would cause me to create, you know, a larger, more ambitious work. And this was oil on Mylar. And when I look at this work, I'm still like, oh, Matt, you really, you know, you were searching for something, but you weren't quite finding it. You know, you have this beautiful composition. You got great subject matter. You're borrowing Raphael's Angel. You know, you're going into this French burlesque photography from the turn of the century. You're going into this old currency that could be, you know, exchanged for silver, but me using my hand to put paint on the, you know, on the surface, it wasn't going. And so it was, you know, it's this matter of my ideas are earlier than I'm capable of manifesting to my liking, right? And this is the Thomas Jefferson I end up making on Mylar. And at the time, you know, I'm just making stuff to hang up on my own walls. This piece was probably 4 feet wide. I have no idea where it is anymore. But you know, it was capturing the ideas. And this is where I'm going to get into like coddling ideas. I end up finding this. I went to see Ira Glass speak. He's the host of This American Life. And he said this, I heard him probably 8 or 9 years ago, and it really put perspective on my life. So I'm going to read this out loud. Nobody tells this to people who are beginners. I wish someone had told me. All of us who do creative work, we get into it because we have good taste. But there is this gap. For the first couple years you make stuff, it's just not that good. It's trying to be good. It has potential, but it's not. But your taste, the thing that got you into the game, is still killer. And your taste is why your work disappoints you. A lot of people never get past this phase. They quit. Most people I know who do interesting creative work went through years of this. We know our work doesn't have this special thing that we want it to have. We all go through this. And if you are just starting out or you are still in this phase, you got to know that it's normal. And the most important thing you can do is do a lot of work. Put yourself on deadline so that every week you finish one piece. It's only by going through a volume of work that you will close that gap. And your work will be as good as your ambitions. And I took longer to figure out how to do this than anyone I've ever met. It's going to take a while. It's normal to take a while. You just got to fight your way through. And so that's what I was dealing with at the time, is that what I wanted, my taste, was spot on. But what I was able to manifest, my abilities, they had to search. They had to do a lot of work. So that was the period I was in. And I share that quote because, no matter where you are in your career, even if you're not having to fight anymore, it's just like getting that perspective on like where you were and that you were fighting and that you've gotten through and you're still making work. That's the journey of an artist is about survival, in so many ways. Okay, we're back to this timeline. I forget why. Oh, yes. So around here, 2008, I began this project called the Pixel Monkey Project. It's at pixelmonkeys.org. And it was this idea I had when I was 8 or 9 years old. The basic idea is taken from the concept of the infinite monkey theorem, where if you have a room full of monkeys and they all like have a typewriter, if you put them in that room long enough, they'll all create the works of Shakespeare just by the randomness, and the span of time, right? So I wanted to apply that to pixels. I wanted to apply that to imagery, where and so I created in 2008. I was only in the web development business for 1.5 years, but as soon as I had the skills and ability, I made this website because it was like this thing that was like, nagging me. And so you can go here, you can set like different color palettes and widths, you can play with it, but it basically creates random pixel combinations. And then I ended up being like, okay, but you'll end up repeating patterns, right? So I end up writing this algorithm that creates an ordered pixel generator, which creates every single combination. You give it a dimension, you give it a set of colors, and it'll create every single, synthesis. And that's where the magic really is. Except the number is more, it's more possibilities than there are atoms in the universe. And so anyway, to illustrate this, though, it was just I did this on a 3x3, just black and white, and there's like 512 combinations, right? And then I did a little more research on this, and it was a matter of like, well, if we found anything interesting, in this randomness, like how could we numerically sort that? And so I got the idea that you could use binary numbers, right? And so on this page, you can upload an image and you'll see it outputs an integer number, which represents the binary output of this. And this uses different dithering algorithms. So it's kind of like reverse engineering the infinite monkey theorem. And then I had, it's very related to what GANs are doing as well in machine learning, and I think all of that fits in. But this is kind of like an abandoned project that I revisited just because although the code worked, it was originally on Java. All right, moving forward. So 2008, this is when I discovered processing, and that's what's kind of got me into the infinite monkey theorem. And so then I was like, well, how can I bring this into my art practice, even though this is going to be really weird and different from what I'm doing? And so I took all of my my colors in my studio, and I cataloged them and put them into my code, this little program I was making in 2008, and I end up pixelating myself with all of the colors. All of these colors were used to create these toothpick paintings, and it's based on this photo. And so seeing this photo, if you blur your eyes, you'll kind of be able to see me come out of the toothpicks. But this was just an experiment, and this is another and you'd never see this if I'm not trying to make the point that you've just got to do a lot of work, and you've got to be willing to be wrong. You've got to be willing to go down, dead ends and come up with nothing. Because I've done, I did nothing with this except the idea of sorting colors from my studio actually came back probably 8 years later. But, so this is another quote that I like. Being too early is indistinguishable from being wrong. And so this is like what hodling ideas is all about. Is that so? The photo here, of course, is the 2 pizzas that the gentleman bought for 10,000 Bitcoin, very early in Bitcoin's history. And so it's like, trading Bitcoin that early, it's like it was necessary, but it's also, it's indistinguishable from being wrong. And so what I'm saying about like my early work with resin and my early experimentation with fiat currency aesthetics, it was like I was too early. And the reason why I was too early is I hadn't yet matured enough to be able to manifest those ideas. And it's so hodling ideas. The concept is like, when you have Bitcoin, we're all like hodling it, until the price matures, right? And then we dump it. With hodling ideas, it's like you want to, like even if you experiment with the idea, but you find that it's not quite right. You want to keep it in your back pocket. You want to hodl that idea because 8 years down the road you might be able to bring it back. 12 years down the road you might be able to bring it back and actually carry it and do it justice. And so yeah, there's this gap here where I did some experimentation with processing there for a while, and then I stopped because I was a full-time web developer, and I'm still making paintings and stuff during this time, but I'm not doing code art. And it's not until like some traumatic events in my life right here that I said, well, I have like nothing else going on in my life for a while, so I'm going to put myself back into this project, create the software where I can make the art that I can make the connections between what I see and what I want up here to be able to manifest them. And so so this is a piece that I did in 2017, and I'll be quite frank, it's not up to snuff. And that's this gap right here, 2017. I try it. I'm like, let me see now if I can bring back this fiat aesthetic and try to make this work again. But it's like, nope, it's not up to snuff. And I know to many of you this image is beautiful, and but to me it was like it's not up to my taste level yet, like Ira Glass says. And so I continue. And so if we just look at like this detail here that I did in 2017 and compare it to what I did in December, it's like this is a work of art in and of itself, just this tiny small component, right? Whereas this is just kind of like trying to carry the weight, you know? And this has juice. This is like, you know, a dry sandwich without any relish. But this just has juice. This is speaking. Same with this. And it's like, that's what I'm trying to get at, you know, with all of my art, is I want every piece of it, you know, to just be juicy, right? And to be synthesizing with what's going on in my mind. So I'm running out of time, and so if you haven't seen my work before, these are some pieces that I've put out recently. Some people are saying they like the word juicy. Just be glad I didn't say moist. Okay. So the async project, async is amazing. I love async. I can't say enough for it. But really quick, this visionary spirit of creation. I like to drop clues in all of my work about what's coming from me in the future, and that's what I'm doing with that piece. Is I'm showing her. But what's kind of going on in my mind is you're going to be seeing something like this from me eventually, right? This is kind of return these aesthetics, these ideas, and I won't get into the ideas because I'm out of time. But the idea, you know, you're going to like where the concept is based. It's not just, you know, a naked woman on currency. There's good reasons for that. All right. That's me. And if you don't follow me, I'm Matt Kane Artist on basically everything. And you can find me at mattkane.com. And I love this community. You guys are like radically amazing. And we're doing amazing things. And I could do a whole nother discussion about that. But Sparrow did all of that justice.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Matt. We're going to keep it moving. We're a little bit behind schedule, but thank you again for sharing your story and how you think about art and your philosophy. It was really cool. And
absolutely. Thanks, James.
Love the community. The community loves you. We'll keep going. Thanks.
All right.
the camera, and then I have my slides as my guide because I'm on 2 screens. Go on. Go. You're good.
Going. We're going. Last minute changes are sometimes necessary, and we're live with Bench, and he's got some updates and some dank stories, maybe, or whatever. We'll get right into it.
All right. What's up, everybody? So some of you may know me from the community, and depending on which spaces you're in Telegram or other places, I'm going to. I'm honestly honored that James has put me in with the artists. I do not really consider myself an artist. And I'm going to be talking basically just about a technology that's called Counterparty that has existed since 2014. And recently there was a vote that was done in a decentralized voting fashion where it was people, that own the token. And I was one of the people that was selected. And it's a lot of work. And some people may think we're not doing enough fast enough, but we're trying to get this spun up as a charity to support this because it's just an open source protocol. We are not the developers of it. We didn't make it, but it exists and it's a thing. So without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and try and tell you what I'm talking about. Okay, so are we on my shared screen or no? Yes, good to go? Okay, here we go. Perfect. Click to close message. Your share screen. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna make sure I can see what you guys are seeing. Okay, so let's go to full screen. Okay, so we have Counterparty and the concept of what we are all here to talk about, which is called crypto art. At least that's the word I like to use. I did not make this image. This image was created by people who actually made Counterparty or somebody they paid to do that, but we still like it and use it. So here's my talk overview. So the first question is, who am I and why am I presenting? Why did James ask me to do this? I'm just going to overview it first, and then we're going to hit each bullet point. What is Counterparty and what is the XCP Foundation? So then after that, we're going to talk about how did Counterparty sort of kick off crypto art? How did it pioneer this space? We're going to talk about the decentralized exchange that was programmed into Counterparty from the beginning of its inception. Then I'm going to do a little bragging about the things that I've done and a little shilling about the projects that I'm interested in. And I'm going to then talk about other people's projects after that. So basically, I have been around. I think there's 2 paths that I have here on the bottom. So there are people that came to this space because of their interest in the art world first, and then their interest in crypto. I have been involved in crypto for at least 7 years. I can show some relics. People were showing some cool, neat stuff. I got some old miners. These are like the first generation of ASIC miners. So I was mining Bitcoin for a while, just as a hobby, not as like a profession. And so recently, again, I was elected by the owners of this XCP token, and XCP is just actually, it is Bitcoin. It's on top of Bitcoin. We're going to get into that. So the point I'm making is I don't think I'm an artist per se. I sort of got into this art world that a lot of you guys are way more permeated in from being into crypto. And I hope that I can provide some interesting information to people. And also what I really hope is that you'll be interested in what I have to say and want to use Counterparty for not all of your tools, but maybe some of them. Echoing what Theo said, everybody who spoke this morning has been excellent, and it's amped me up, so I'm very excited. So if you've met me online, then that's the avatar I use. I did not make that. Again, I'm not an artist. I stole that from, I think, Reddit, R, Cyberpunk, at some point. And if you've met me in Meet Space, which I love that Theo is also using that word, then that's what I look like. I'm in my basement, which is kind of dark, so sorry if the lighting's not that great. So in addition to being into crypto, I'm just like a longtime nerd and collector of things. So I just threw up a picture of a Black Lotus card from Magic the Gathering, and I threw up some Guardians of Warhammer 40,000 because that's the army that I play. Warhammer doesn't necessarily appreciate in value. It's more of a thing that's fun. But if you're familiar at all, the Black Lotus card sells for 5 digits. We're talking down payment on your house if you bought one of those. And I remember when I was a small kid seeing them at the comic book store for $350 and thinking, oh, that's so expensive. Yeah, that's $45,000 right now. Okay, that's the other perspective that I'm coming in here is I'm not really an artist. I'm more of like a trader, and we're about to see also my background. So in real life, I have a degree in neuroscience and psychology. I have a PhD in neuroscience from the Icahn School of Medicine, which is in uptown Manhattan, basically the border of Spanish Harlem. I also have a teaching certificate from the New York Academy of Sciences. And I just wanted to shout out Code to Inspire because I do some work with them. And this is a nonprofit that's just so on it. They accept Bitcoin and Ethereum donations, shouting them out. And B, it's just such an important project where they're teaching girls how to code and do graphic design and build VR. And basically, women in Afghanistan have a lot of barriers in terms of their ability to get jobs. And so it's all about sort of empowering the women there. And Code to Inspire, Faritesh Faro is the name of the person. She's a refugee. She actually lives in New York. She's a personal friend of mine. Well, after I started getting involved, she became a personal friend of mine. But she's awesome. But so these are sort of the things that I do that are not crypto per se, but this one does take crypto donations. Also, Amazon Smile. If you shop on Amazon and you do not use Amazon Smile, you're doing it wrong because you can fucking give money to charity. Boom. Okay. So then crypto. Well, who am I in crypto? So you guys might have heard of the Rare Pepe project. People have been talking about it. I was a Rare Pepe scientist, if you will. So that means I was involved in the curation of the art that was published on that project. I've also ran multiple times and was elected to the Bitcoin Foundation, which is also involves curation, also involves auctions. And most recently, I was elected to be part of the XCP Foundation, which we're going to get into. So what is Counterparty, now that we've been talking about it? And what is the XCP Foundation? Sorry, I have 2 screens, so when I'm looking away, I'm looking at my own slides. So Counterparty, I use this image in the front of my talk, is a system where you can essentially put inside these extra metadata fields in Bitcoin transactions that you want to do something. Like maybe you want to make a token. Maybe you want to issue more of that token. Maybe you want to lock that token. Maybe you want to name it this way, okay? So this is all things that happen, and in addition to the exchange that exists and works, we're going to talk about that later. Sorry if my hands are completely distracting. And so then the right is just, there was like people that were running, and basically we were, the people that got elected was me, Duncan, and then Ryan and Buddha and Osama. And so, you know, we're all working. And again, a lot of times it seems like we might not be doing that much, but really we are trying our best, and we're all volunteers. We're happy that people voted for us, and we're happy that people participated in the system. And we really would like to get some shit done, which I'm going to talk about a little bit, which is the fact that we fucking lawyered up. And so Sasha, who spoke yesterday, is a fantastic lawyer, and she has helped us to become a corporation. we are a corporation that is registered in Wyoming because Wyoming has some interesting laws related to utility tokens. And we are very concerned, especially because it's a technology that we did not create, about the legal implications of being representatives of this ecosystem. And so basically, we are a corporation and we're in the process of becoming hopefully a nonprofit, a 501c3 charity. When that happens, we're also developing a website, and we would be open to donations, but we need to make sure that we're doing everything up to bar. Not that I love the government, but I'm afraid of them. So thanks, Sasha, and we are working on it. And when we have something concrete that we're ready to share, it's going to come out. So now we're going to talk about counterparty history. We're going to talk about the history of crypto art. So how did counterparty pioneer tokenized art? So you have to, if you know anything, realize that Spells of Genesis was the beginning of tokenizing art using Counterparty. Counterparty came out in 2014, and Spells of Genesis, actually Shiban, who was the developer of Spells of Genesis, did not come in from the crypto world. He actually came in from the gaming world. And he noticed economies, and somebody actually mentioned them before. I'm sorry, I think it was Giselle was talking about her daughter, and about how there's these whole economies of items inside of games. But the problem with that is you're now at the whims of the game creator, just like you're at the whims of the federal government. And Spells of Genesis was actually born out of a need to have secure, finite items for a game. So they did it. And then they made bit crystals. Bit crystals was their in-game currency. So you can have your cards. You know how many of these cards exist. You probably know how many each person has because you can see their wallet, or you can go and look on a Block Explorer or whatever you want to do. And really what happened was Rare Pepes, which we're about to get into, came out sort of as not a parody of Spells of Genesis, but Spells of Genesis was created as a company at the first get-go. And the art that came out was not user-generated. It was people that they commissioned, and then they sold the cards. Very traditional, back to the type of nerd stuff that I've been talking about. Like, for example, I have my Warhammer 40K Tyranid that I'm painting now as I listen to you guys talk. And so, or some Magic cards. I'm not playing Magic right now, obviously, because that would take more attention. But so what happened was Rare Pepes. So the concept of Pepes being rare was a joke that existed on the internet for probably about, I'd say, 2 or 3 or 4 years. And then there was this subreddit called Meme Economy, where people were joking about, oh, you got to invest in this meme, you got to do this. It was like a whole thing. And so basically, Spells of Genesis comes out, and then this literally anonymous person that I don't think anybody's ever met or knows who they are, named Mike, quote unquote, decides I'm going to issue, and he does this on the Bitcoin Talk forum. So if you have been in crypto for a long time, you know what the Bitcoin Talk forum is. It's where everything is first announced every time about anything that's important to Bitcoin. And so basically he says, hey, I just made these counterparty cards, these rare Pepes. And so he issues the Nakamoto card. Nakamoto being Satoshi Nakamoto, that picture being Dorian Nakamoto. And then he says, and then they make a currency. Oh, here's Pepe Cash. So Pepe Cash comes out, and people start trading the cards in Pepe Cash, okay, right? It starts off literally being worth no money at all. But at one point in time, Pepe Cash was worth literally like it was like 6 cents. So we're talking about if you had bought like 1,000 Pepe Cash when it was worth like literally a penny. Actually, I should have put the chart. Oh no, the chart's actually in here later. We can look at the chart later. But it was ridiculous, and it's completely crashed now because the entire ecosystem is there's no more cards being produced. The foundation was shut. The quote unquote foundation, not a real foundation. The scientists. We stopped issuing cards, basically. So I'm just going to show you how we also had a period of marketing because I just found these memes and I thought they were so funny that we had when we were first doing this in 2016. And this was like, I'm talking like a year, 2 years before the first Rare AF. Okay, so we say, okay, secure network, scaled devs, but Pepe Cash got the cool logo. And then we got this joking about investing. What's in your portfolio? He's got 1 rare Pepe, 2 hair Pepes. You got to have a hair Pepe. It's a very, very important card to have. And he's got 200,000 Pepe Cash. I mean, it's a good investment, you know? So this one was about, even satirical about scams, because this was similar to sort of when BitConnect was happening. So it says, make between $0 and $100,000 a year creating rare Pepes from your 1-bedroom apartment, because it's a satirical, as I said, of all the scams and the ICOs in the system that were existing at this time point. People that went to jail, Mike Tyson got fucking fined, like different rappers. I think, what was his name? The key guy, whatever his name is, got scammed. He got fined by the SEC. So we're very sort of meta, hyper real, and aware on this. And then this was actually a meme I made, which kind of was to pump one of my cards, which we're going to talk about later, which is China Pepe. You can see it. So this is Pepe Cash, and this is the shitcoin card. This is a very iconic one, again, satirical of all these concepts. And then China Pepe, we're going to talk about. This is a card. This was the first. So that's what I wanted to talk about. Like, you guys, a lot of the people here are all about ETH or all about EOS. And like, as I said, I just present all the tools that exist. I believe that you should do whatever you want at all times, pretty much. Well, as long as it doesn't affect somebody else negatively. But so we have the expansion now of these tokenized artworks moving from Bitcoin, because you have to realize that Ethereum counterparty exists before Ethereum even exists. So you have to realize that. So, DJ Khaled, thanks, Skrilla. Yeah, he got fined by the SEC. But yeah, so I was very, but he has Ethereum up here. So CryptoCritics was really the beginning of doing it on ETH, and then you have whatever, EOS, I don't know, you guys can do whatever you want. It's fine with me. This goes back to the more philosophical point that that Theo was talking about what is an educated collector interested in, and what is collectible, and what's a good investment, and that's you're up to your own judgment. So then I want to talk about, just plug Bitcoins, because I was on the foundation. Elected, we also had an election based on ownership of a token, so people could vote, and it was based on a specific block. And I think Dan Anderson, he's not speaking here, I'm not sure why, and if he said no or whatever, but he did lawyer up, and I believe that this document that he created in 2018 is extremely interesting and important. And it talks about selling artwork or selling tokens that have a use. And that's the important thing here, is when you have a platform and you sell a token and you say, I'm going to do something afterwards, you have now created a security, and you are going to get fucked by the SEC. And I'm just telling you, be fucking careful, okay? And so Bitcoins comes out after Rare Pepe is closed. It's another form of user-generated art. And Dan made this awesome website. And so this leverages a really cool thing about Counterparty, which is using signatures, digital signatures. So you go to bitcoins.com, you don't have to make an account. You don't have to give an email address. All you have to do is own crops, own a token, okay? And then you sign a message with that address. This is what cryptography and Bitcoin and crypto is all about. You prove that you own a token without revealing that you have the private key to that token, but you can still prove it. That's literally what crypto is. So if you have to log into a website to see your art, it's not fucking crypto art, okay? I'm sorry. you might as well be using the server. If there's a pause function on your contract, it's not crypto. It's you might as well have a dude with a SSL certificate that can change something, or WordPress credentials or whatever. It's not fucking crypto. So basically, you can sign a message and then you can put your farm down in a different place depending on how many crops you own, and then you harvest Bitcoins. It's a little game. We had a little war, we had some in-game shit, and so basically this is my farm. It's called Pepe Cash Valley Fresh. This game came out. I got some stupid shit here. I got the Bitcoins logo, I got the Pepe Cash logo. I put in a chart, the exponential chart of Bitcoin since its inception. I got the Pepe bull I made, whatever. And so, okay. That was the end of a little bit of a rant. So now we're going to get into the DEX. This is important. So Counterparty has a decentralized exchange. And I know all you people with Ethereum have your marketplaces where you have to log on to a website. But I'm telling you, you can do this from a command line. You can do this from any website, any wallet software you want, because it's actually decentralized. Every single order is it's slow and inefficient, but every single order is a Bitcoin transaction, and every single matched order is a Bitcoin transaction. So here is a picture of the website XCP Dex. I believe this is actually also a Dan Anderson project. And so you can see that there are buy orders and there are sell orders. And this looks like a very traditional candlestick chart. And you could zoom it in, you could change the intervals, you could do whatever you want, okay? And this is just the price of Pepe Cash. You have to realize you can get this chart for every single token. You can look at Hair Pepe, you can look at Rare Pepe, you can look at China Pepe, you can look at Bitcoin's cards, you can look at Kaleidoscope projects. And this is just one way to look at it. And there's a million different wallets that you can, not a million actually, there's probably like 6 or 7 different good wallets. Indie Square, Free Wallet, we're gonna get into them. There's multiple wallets, and you can always interact with this, and it's, as long as Bitcoin doesn't die, it's there. That's the other big thing, because if Bitcoin dies, I'm sorry, all your Ethereum and your EOS projects are dead too. I'm sorry, but that's just reality. So here's a chart that I just like. So you can see literally Rare Pepe on here. You see that giant spike. That's when Rare Pepe. So the dark blue one is cumulative, and then the light blue one is over time. So you can see how many orders there are and stuff. But you can see when Rare Pepe came out in 2016, and you can see the insane activity on this decentralized exchange. And this is a technology that's never existed. Like, go transfer on Chase.com or Wells Fargo and tell me how fast it is. You get what I'm saying? Go try and get a stock. This is not, yeah, it's a little slow. It's 10 minutes per block on Bitcoin, but something like this has literally never existed in the world. And the fact that anybody can create any token and now sell it on this market is insane. It's mind-blowing. So, okay. So now I've talked about and I've shilled XCP and Counterparty, and I'm not even shitting on other platforms. Like, you want to make your ETH art, that's fine with me. Like, just crypto art, like, let's all play together. Like, that's fine with me. But so I'm going to do a little bragging. I got 5 minutes or so. So what have I contributed? Actually, this isn't bragging. This one is important before I do a little bragging. So what I have contributed, and this again is also blockchain agnostic, this can be used in anything, is find what your token is. In Counterparty, it's usually there's an area in the metadata that you can use, and it reads it well by all the other Counterparty things. But you can take your artwork and then you hash the file. So this is, again, back to basic cryptography. So a hash function takes an arbitrary amount of data, it puts it in, and then a number comes out. And if Mike is watching, he's going to hate me for talking about MD5 because he says MD5 is so broken. but we started with MD5. So I did this with Goat, grass-fed Goat, if you've seen him on Twitter or on Telegram. Then basically what you do is you take the image and you create a hash of it. And then when you create the token, you put that inside of the token's data. And so what that allows you to do is you can't view the image from the token. I mean, like from that token metadata, because it's a hash. The whole point of hashes is when you have the original thing, you can go forward and confirm the hash. This is how if you download software, you should be doing this. Like, you should be checking the hash of the software that you downloaded against the developer's hash to make sure that nobody's pirating going on your computer. But so it's literally the same scheme that software developers use. But you create your artwork, and then you can always tell, because here's the thing about crypto art, and we've talked about this, is everybody can have the JPEG. Everybody can have the image. The point is collecting it. The point is having it in your wallet. It's basically a bragging rights situation. And so you can always confirm that that image is that token, and then you can really own that token because it's crypto, especially if it's, on Counterparty, where it's Bitcoin and nobody's changing Bitcoin. I mean, I know I'm hating on Ethereum, but Lord Vitalik, rollbacks, the DAO, what's he going to do to your project? So these are just some of the cards that I made with Goat. Some of them are giveaway cards, like, for example, that top one. We're going to talk about this website that is showing this called DigiRare soon. That's also a picture made by Skrilla, Hala. And I mean, I think it's pretty cool. 296 different addresses own one of my cards. That's like a pretty big ownership of a piece of art when I don't even consider myself an artist. And as I said, we're going to get into this website, DigiRare, in a bit. So then I've also made this thing called Corn Sheet, which I had at Rare AF last year. And if you want to communicate with me in the future, I have a bunch of them. They are tokenized. They have individual tokenization onto them. And so if you're willing to provide me your address, I promise I won't even save it. You can send it in a burn thing. I will mail you Corn Sheet. This gives you a little education on how to use both Counterparty and Bitcoins, okay? So that is available to people. Corn Queens. This is a card I made, which is also available for giveaway only. I'm not selling this. And the reason that I bring this up is because I tweeted this. So this is over the course of, if you watch the show RuPaul's Drag Race, you'll notice that there has been multiple different people that have used corn themes. And this all was occurring similar time that Bitcoins was occurring. And at one point, a drag queen named Nina West said, "What was your favorite thing about when I was on the show?" And I tweeted her that card, and she has, 131,000 followers, and she retweeted my card. So honestly, that might be the largest exposure of crypto art that's ever existed. And so Corn Queens, I think there's about 36 of them left on my address, definitely opened. And so this is the other thing I've done. I'm gonna wrap up now because I'm at 29 minutes. So Panic at the Institute of Art. So when I was on the foundation, we had an auction, profit. There was like a 10% profit or something, but I didn't want to take the Bitcoins. So I basically set up this fund where, and actually there's a couple cards that I think I funded that aren't even on this picture yet, where if you want to get involved in Bitcoins, basically I'll set you up fully. Like you'll get enough Bitcoins to make a card, to make a farm, and then you'll be able to issue the card, and then you can start listing it. This project is kind of slowed to a pretty low. I'm not going to tell you that there's massive market demand right now, but it is a place you can publish your art, and it's fun. And you can make your own farm, and use digital signatures and things like that. So then what I'm excited about, let me just roll through these. This is sort of like Theo did at the end, the shout outs. So this is DigiRare. So if you look at people that use Counterparty, you'll see there's some people in the chat room currently on here, like Skrilla. Truck might be in here, I don't know. I'm technically the fourth most collected with my friend Goat. Truck sort of completely bulldozed his way in by giving out dividends of his art. Actually, they're called bonus payments. We don't use the word dividend. That's a dirty word. But that's another really cool thing that you can do with counterparty tokens is you can use people that own one token and then send them a new token. And that's going to be like one of the last points. And I'm very close to done. Sorry, I'm going over a little, 30 minutes. Freeport, Joe Looney, he spoke. Shout out to him. He spoke. He was the opener of last year's thing. If you guys know anything, then people posting Ethereum addresses. I don't have any Ethereum assets for you. I'm sorry. And Freeport is a way to issue. He actually sort of adapted my hash mechanism. And instead of putting it as the asset description, he uses a broadcast feature to asset to broadcast the hash of the asset so that the hash still does tie the image to the token, which is another feature. These are all features that were already built into Counterparty, and every single time they happen, they're like on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's not going away. Free Wallet, JDog. If you're into Counterparty or crypto art, you should know who this is, and you should use Free Wallet. And he just unlocked the DEX for everybody. He was selling access tokens just because of server loads, but he just updated it. You can get on the DEX on your phone. Actually, I don't know if you can go on your phone, but you can do DEX on your computer. Then sub assets. So here's the last proposal, and I'm going to take about 30 seconds for this. So basically what I think people should do is like you can issue a token in your name, and then you can tokenize all your work after that using sub assets. And sub assets don't even cost money to create. So you can be like, for example, bench, and then I could make like bench dot this for like physical art. And then you can use like an open dime or some sort of physical thing, and you can send the token to that. And then you can have all of your physical art be tokenized. And there are projects of some friends of mine that are going in that direction that hopefully are going to be fun. And so that's it. Sorry, 32:45. I hope that was okay. You can turn my screen share off.
That was great. Good job. And, I want to do questions, but we are running short on time. We're already behind quite a bit now. I wanted to hear that, and I want to encourage everyone to continue the discussion about Counterparty and the alternatives elsewhere once we have more time. But thanks again, Bench. Thanks to everyone.
Problem. Feel free, everybody, to message me, or if you want to set up a farm, or you want to set up a token that you can start issuing sub assets under, Bench BTC on Telegram, or actually benchbtc@gmail.com.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to keep it moving. We'll see you when we see you.
I'll be around.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, we're live with Tatiana Moroz, and she's got some great words and some great sounds, some music for us, and I'm really excited about this. And take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here as a part of the art festival. This is my first time actually doing it, and every year I always see Skrilla going, and I think to myself, I want to go, but it's in Brooklyn. And if you live in New Jersey, Brooklyn is a really hard place to get to. But anyway, I'm really glad to be with you guys. I'm here in New Jersey, quarantined, lock up. But I'm going to play some songs for you guys. And hey, how's it going? And I thought I would maybe give you guys a little bit of an intro to my experience with crypto. We were just talking about Counterparty, and basically, I made my token with Counterparty. So that was really cool to get a little bit of perspective, and also say a shout out to my girl, Sasha. What's up, Sasha? Hey, Skrilla. What's up? He's watching too. He's coming up in a couple people. But anyway, my name's Tatiana Moroz. I'm a singer, songwriter, and an activist. I've been very involved in the Ron Paul movement since 2011. But before that, I had managed major recording studios in New York, including Avatar, Chungking, Premiere, Quad. I was working at all of those, and I'm a graduate of Berklee College of Music. And when I left Berklee, I really wanted to do music, so I figured I'd work in a recording studio because that would be the best way to get free studio time. That was really my main objective. So, have a regular job. Anyway, I ended up in the Ron Paul movement because I was really interested in using my music for a message, but I was very disappointed with what happened in the music industry because, there was Britney Spears and everything became very controlled. And I felt like even though I was in the right place and the timing seemed right and I was doing all the right things, it was still really hard as an independent artist to get anywhere, especially when by the time I got advanced into the different social media networks, by the time I got to Facebook, I realized that I didn't actually own the relationship between me and my fans at all. So basically, what I wanted to do was use my music for a positive thing. And after Ron Paul, I got into Bitcoin in August of 2012 by the guys from BitPay. So they kind of told me about it. And at first, I didn't really understand why I should like Bitcoin. I bought it at $11. When it went up, I realized I should like it a little bit more. But then I created, after a while, after I got a vision of what it could be, I made a song called the Bitcoin Jingle. So I thought maybe I'd play that for you guys now. Cool. So we'll start with that and then we'll go on from there. I'll tell you guys the rest of the story. I didn't want to give any of my money to a nation based on war. I wanted to be free, nothing holding me back from where I want to go. I thought about it. What was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money. Don't give up your money. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. I didn't want to waste any of my time working for the government. I wanted to be kind, open up my mind, just like an instrument. I thought about it. What was the choice that I made? It was to take away the money. Don't give up your money. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. Use Bitcoin whenever you pay. What a little crypto can do. Cool. So I wrote that song because, there was a lot of ideas in libertarianism that I wanted to convey, but nobody wanted to argue with me about politics, and it would turn people off. But the cool thing about Bitcoin was you can talk about these overarching ideas, and you can teach them about Austrian economics. You could kind of sneak it in there, especially with a song. So I became friends with a whole bunch of cool people in this space, and in early of 2014, people started talking about Bitcoin 2.0. And that was right when they had announced, right after they had announced Ethereum in Miami. I remember I was talking with Adam Levine sometime in January, and we started to talk about what would it look like if we made a Tatiana coin. And, I was really excited because it was the first artist coin. So I thought, yeah, I want to be the first one. This is the best. But it was horrible. It was so difficult. It was really, really out of my range of things that I could do. So I was talking with the guys over at Mastercoin. Ethereum wasn't available yet. And then I actually ended up going with the Counterparty guys, which ended up being the better choice. When we did the token sale, this is how it worked. So if I have my fans on other social media networks, I don't actually own that relationship. And if I try and do fundraising with an Indiegogo or a Kickstarter, there's kind of limits as to how long, the relationship is going to be if you raise money from them. So by doing a Tatiana coin, I could raise money, which I did for my third album called Keep the Faith, which was funded completely with crypto. And basically at the time we did it this horrible way where we were trying to sell a certain fixed amount daily, but there would be a varying market for it. I can't even tell you what it was, but it was a really bad idea. We thought we would be clever, and it was not clever. It was really hard for people to use. And then, we raised enough to fund my album. I don't know, maybe like $30,000, $25,000, something like that. It was a weird project because people were kind of trying to see if it was going to be like a Made Safe, which was the one that came right before me. I think it was them, then me, then LTB, and a couple other things all in the same range. So anyway, it was really hard to figure out what to do with it because it was like you had a car and you didn't have any roads. So I certainly didn't anticipate all the development that would have to go into actually using the token the way that I wanted to use it. So since then, Adam B. Levine from Let's Talk Bitcoin has created a company called Tokenly, and they have a project called token.fm, which is our music tokenization platform. So before I talk about that, I wanted to talk to you guys about what we did with the money. So, no, we didn't sell it for millions of dollars, but we did raise enough to do an album. And so the album that I did is called Keep the Faith. And the album cover, if you look it up, has artwork that's done by Ross Ulbricht from prison. So I didn't know Ross until I met his mom, and she explained to me, what happened with him. I also had those misconceptions about what happened with the Silk Road. And, if music is meant to convey a message, I think one of the messages that's really important is that nonviolent offenders don't deserve double life sentences, right? And you can do a lot of research and go to freeross.org. But when we decided to put out the album, I'd made a Silk Road song. And because Ross had given me this picture, this drawing of me, I decided to use it as the album cover to say, look, if I had a record label and I have a controversial message, do you think that they're going to let me have some jail guy's art on my thing? Maybe, maybe not. But the point is that control, it's really, really important for an artist to have that. So taking that spirit into heart, I wrote a song in order to basically help people understand a little bit better and maybe open their hearts to Ross's story, because I know that he got a lot of bad press. We all know that. So let's go through that song. It's called Silk Road. There was a man who did the unspoken. He looked for freedom from the violence. No one is perfect when there's new ground broken. Messes made and someone gets blamed. He had a dream of harmony as you wish to live out your own. We cannot stand for the skin We innocent are in jail. We pray for justice and we wanna be free. Hope the truth will prevail. He had a dream of harmony as you wish to live out your own. We cannot stand for this, cannot have you fall alone. Silk Road. We can't give up, we cannot quit. Don't be afraid. We have a voice, and this is it. Let the light show the way. He had a dream of harmony as you wish to live out your own. We cannot stand for this, cannot have you fall alone. This Silk Road. We cannot stand for this, cannot have you fall alone. Silk Road. Thank you. So yeah, we did that. We combined music and art, and that was really cool. And of course, I'm always talking about what's happening with the Silk Road. So, well, with Ross, really, who cares about the Silk Road, right? So you can go to freeross.org, and there's a petition. They're making really a big play to get a pardon from President Trump. So we'll see how that goes. But that brings me back to Tatiana Coin. So like I said, it was like we made a car and we didn't have any roads. And so Adam went on and made Tokenly. And what we wanted to do in 2017 was an ICO, but as a lot of people here know, it's, very legally challenging to do that. And we were really disappointed to find that out because we thought that we had the green light from the lawyers, and then they were like, oh, no, you can't do this. And in the long run, I think that that was the right decision because it's the right thing to do. I'm not interested in breaking the law or going to jail. Nobody on the team is. So, that definitely kind of put us a little bit of a disadvantage. But now the project is moving forward. We've got the token markets project. We actually hosted the Spells of Genesis token sale that was talked about right before this. So that was pretty cool. And I even have a Spells of Genesis card. So that was pretty neat. But it's really cool to see how much the space has evolved since then. I'm hoping to launch our platform finally before the end of time and invite some of you guys to check it out. And I don't know, it's really like, I think this really should bring back the art on the blockchain project, but that's just a personal wish. Anyway, so if you guys are interested in catching up with me, I have a couple podcasts called the TatianaShow.com and proofoflovecast.com. So it's a relationship show, but I think I'm going to take the rest of the time just to play some music for you guys. I know we've got a lot of talks coming up. So if you want to watch me or if you want to make yourself some coffee and listen to some jams, I think that'd be fun. One of the songs that I thought I could play for you guys is a song I wrote. One of the best things about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is the way that it gives you actual hope for the future. I've had a lot of bad things happen to me, contracts that were violated or, all sorts of stuff. And it's very hard to do anything to fight that, right? So what you can do, though, is you can write a song. And so that's what I did with this song. It's called Call You Out. I'm just going to sip of water. It's vodka. All right. I went out to a gig today. They told me I'd be paid to play. I'm counting on to pay all of my bills. I gotta eat, have a place to sleep, need to cool the summer heat. So yeah, If you don't mind, I need my cash, or I will call you out. Gotta ask people for their help, 'cause we can't afford the crooked parts anymore. Yeah, we will call you out, 'cause you tell the cops they won't listen. Benefit of broken system these days. I left New York to go to Chile. Far away, it wasn't pretty, but I dust myself off and walk away. I'm looking up and I won't be down, 'cause I get to play songs all around the world. So beautiful to see. But I'll still call you out. Gotta ask the people for their help, 'cause we can't afford the crooked courts anymore. Yeah, we will call you out, 'cause you tell the cops they won't listen. Benefit of broken system these days. I'm just some girl, you'll frighten me with scary words. Try to touch me when I'm on the stage. It seems romantic to be broke, but you know, my friend, it ain't a joke when the bad guy always gets away. So I will call you out. Gotta ask the people for their help, 'cause we can't afford the crooked cards anymore. Yeah, we will call you out, 'cause you tell the cops they won't listen. Benefit of broken system these days. These days. Yay! Okay, I'm hoping you guys are cheering, but we'll find out another time. So this next song is called "I Tried to Reach You." It's off of my album called Love and Liberty. Here we go. Today I think I'll sit and wait for the train. Don't think I have the strength to be disappointed again. I like to think that you'll be sure to call out my name. But all I get is pretty much all the same. I tried to reach you, but you're not home. But I guess I'd rather have a half a heart than be alone. I tried to reach you, but you're not home. People are telling me that all the hope is lost, but I'll believe in you no matter what comes. I drink my wine and try to figure out your head. Repeat the words and lines you often say. I tried to reach you, but you're not home. But I guess I'd rather have a half a heart than be home. I tried to reach you, but you're not home. to reach you, but you're not home. But I guess I'd rather have the heart to be alone. I tried to reach you, but you're not home. Thanks for the nice words, guys. All right, we've got a few more songs for you, and then we're bringing up some more people. So maybe I'll do a cover for you guys. This is a fun song. Okay, so this is a cover of House of the Rising Sun. You can also find that on my album, Love and Liberty. I'll be doing another album. I don't know, maybe I'll be able to release it before the end of the year, which will be my 4th one, but anyway. There is a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been the red of many a cold boy. Now I know one. My mother was a tailor, so I knew good she. My father was another man out in New Orleans. Now the only thing that gambling me suitcase and a gun, and the only time he is ever satisfied is when he's on the run. Tell your children not to do what I've done. Spend your lives in misery at the house of the rising sun. I know one foot on the platform, and the other foot on the train. I'm going back to New Orleans, where that long chain. There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been the rent of many a poor boy, and I know one. I know of one. Everybody likes that song. It's always like so fun to play. It's like a partying for Bitcoin. All right, I got one more jam for you.
And I think, I'm sorry, we would we would call out for the encore, but this might have to be the encore.
Oh, no. I don't want, well, I thought I had 30 minutes and I'm at 25, so that I have one more song.
Good. I'm trying to get
Oh,
close.
no, that was a good way to finish it. Mwah. Bye, everybody. Tatiana Rose.
No, please. Encore.
So you do want me to song?
Yes.
I'm
preempting the encore. I'm trying to.
Oh,
but
you're very sweet. Well, thank you. Okay, cool. So this last song I'm going to do, I wrote it in like dark times. And, you know, right now there's a lot of dark times, good times, bad times, but it could be a little bit challenging. So I wrote this song a little bit as a message to myself. And now I will tell you guys the same. So the song is called Keep the Faith. My nose is like all itchy. All alone in my bed, fighting dragons again. No, I can't stop the tears when they fall. How did I get to this place? All that word seems to wait. I thought I had friends on my side. Keep the memory that makes love war. No, you never know what life has in store. It can take a little while to learn to keep the faith. I gotta learn to keep the faith. You know it's been a real bad year, lots of sorrow and fear, and I wonder where I took the wrong turn. But I've had time to reflect, gave myself some respect, and I'll face the whole big world. Life is strong. Keep the memories that make love more. No, you never know what life has in store. It can take a little while to learn to keep the faith. You gotta learn to keep the faith. You go rolling ahead, and I cry a little bit. No, you won't find your way back to me. But at the end of the day, I thank God when I pray, 'cause it was better than getting along. Keep the memories that make love more. No, you never know what life has in store. It can take a little while to learn to keep the faith. You gotta learn to keep the faith. You gotta learn to keep the faith. Thanks, everybody. Good night. All right.
Thank you so much.
Say hi. Congrats, everybody, on all your cool stuff that you're working on here. Like to see the community growing. Bye.
Bye. All right, we're live with Misha from Snark Art, and we're gonna just let him take it away.
All right. Hi, guys. Let me see. We had some problems sharing my screen. Let me see if it works in live mode. It does not.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. All right, let me just start talking about what we do. It's kind of a shame. Basically, Snark.art, we started a couple of years ago. The whole concept was about seeing if we could use blockchain technology more like a tool to give to the artists so that they can start leveraging some of the features of smart contracts. Damn, I wish I could share something with you. 1 second. Let me try one more thing. Maybe this will work. Wow. Yeah, I guess there goes my presentation. But basically what we do is we work with artists to create artworks that somehow use some of the smart contract features and not simply to create kind of like a provenance-based system simply for tracking or for creating liquidity. We were trying to see if there's any interesting dynamics or mechanics that can be created. And the first project that we did, and again, I can't really show it to you unless, yeah, damn it. Let me.
If you want, we can get the slides and share them about the problems.
Or maybe I come out of Chrome and come back in.
You can try refreshing. Yeah.
All right, let me try.
While he's doing that, I just wanted to give an update. Really sorry about getting off track with the schedule, but we're trying to get back on track, and I'll give an update maybe after we figure out what we're doing with this.
Did it help or no? Right now, no, right?
I can't see it, no.
Okay, done. Let me try Safari. Maybe it's something with Chrome. Sorry, guys. I'll just shorten my presentation.
So the update, I'll try to do this quick. Dada is going to start their foreign language panels in about 5 minutes. The English panel is going to be pushed back to 4:30, but we're going to start their Italian and Spanish panels at 3:30. Those are on Zoom. I'm going to share the links in the chat. You're welcome to jump over there or stay. Really excited about all the stuff happening, of course, but we're trying to get back on track, and the main goal is to get a bunch of high quality recordings. Of course, we have all kinds of difficulties, and I'm doing the best I can, and I appreciate everyone's flexibility and understanding. But we'll have the videos and we'll share everything after the festival. So don't worry if you're missing one or the other, but feel free to do whatever you want. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working still. Really sorry, Misha. These unexpected problems. I just didn't have enough time to test with everyone beforehand. It's my fault. I'm really sorry about that. I think you're muted if you want to quickly just share what you're doing with just voice, and then we can get the slides. And I'm probably gonna try to keep recording videos like this, so we can maybe like reschedule it and get a nice video for you if you want. And obviously you can share whatever in our community. You know, it's just one presentation of many. But thanks again for being here. I really appreciate it. And you know, if you want to unmute, you can definitely talk if you want. So it appears I can't communicate with Misha. Seems like he's muted, or he's reconnecting now. I'm trying to figure it out. Please bear with us. At this point, it might be better to try and get him on another live stream. And oh, now I think I can hear you.
Hold on, let me switch sharing. Didn't work?
No. You know, I think, Misha, I don't want you to have to give a presentation like you didn't plan.
Yeah.
So I really am so sorry about this. And
yeah, no problem, no problem. I got you.
We're gonna share what you're doing with the fortune cookies, and then hopefully we can reschedule and do some kind of live stream together, and I'll make up for it. I promise.
All right, James. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
No worries. It's my fault. Shouldn't have done a better job testing with everyone.
Okay.
All right. Have a good one.
Take it easy.
All right, we're live with DJ Jay Skrilla, and he's gonna share some wisdom. Take it away.
What's up, everybody? Rare Art Festival 3. Good presentations I've seen so far. I'm gonna try not to ramble too much, but here you go, a little presentation. All right. This is called How Music and Bitcoin Intersect. My name is DJ Jay Skrilla. That's me with a big beard. I started my journey down crypto art pretty much in 2014 by releasing the Silk Road album, along with my friends Grussel and Casito del Fresco. We produced an album kind of based on like the audio documentary of what we thought the Silk Road sounded like. Then I got into Rare Pepe's, and that was October 2016. These are a few of the ones I designed. The Napalm Nakamoto is a play on Dorian Nakamoto. And also on the first Garbage Pail Kid, Atom Bomb, I think it was called. Then you have a Tribe Called Pepe, and I believe in Pepe being for everybody, so that kind of rang true that Tribe Called Pepe is everybody. So I kind of played on the Midnight Marauders album cover there. Then I also made DJ Pepe, which is part of a hip hop series of MC Pepe, B-Boy Pepe, and I forget, Pepe 1, the graffiti Pepe. And DJ Pepe, we had a cool chat, like I think Bench was talking about a little bit back in 2016, 2017 on Telegram, discussing just crazy stuff about crypto art and, you know, all that stuff. And, you know, we decided a music token would be cool. So I got Joe Looney, who did Rare Pepe Wallet. I commissioned him to make I commissioned him by giving him Rare Pepe's, by giving him DJ Pepe's actually, to make a private page that DJ Pepe granted you access to, like exclusive music, or what I called like cutting room music, where stuff that wasn't released. Some stuff was on there that was released as well, but there's like exclusive tracks on there. I've put a few other artists on there as well. It's kind of like an experiment. There's 169 of them. I got a little explainer video here actually. It's 1 minute.
2016, the world's first Bitcoin meme DJ, located on block number 434,102 of the Bitcoin blockchain, was born. DJ Pepe. Certified rare by Rare Pepe scientists. DJ Pepe is the DJ Clue of the Bitcoin blockchain and trades in Pepe Cash or XCP exclusively on a decentralized exchange made by some sort of blockchain sorcery. DJ Pepe is the first of its kind and grants the holder access to rare music and secret content. There were only 169 DJ Pepe cards created, and no more will ever be created, which, because of Counterparty, you're able to prove using a block explorer like xchain.io. Not only can you access rare tunes on rarepepewallet.com, but you'll soon be able to use it on token.fm, or summon monsters in the mobile app Sarutobi, and use it in other applications built using the Counterparty protocol. If you're feeling froggy, then jump onto Twitter and follow @DJPepe_.
So that's a little explainer video on DJ Pepe. So then next up, All right, I think I'm back. All right, I think I'm back. I don't know where we left off here.
It's right when you said next up.
Next what?
Next up. Right after the first transition of your presentation.
Oh shit. Hold on. Let me get back here.
To share your screen, just hover over the video and then press the arrow button, and then yeah.
1 second. It's loading right now. After the movie part with the sound. Come on, what's going on here?
Maybe try refreshing because it had to reconnect and then it just tried.
Yeah, here it is. Can you see the thing now? Oh, share screen. I got you. Hold on. Chrome. All right.
There it is.
Hey, we're back. All right. So was I an introduction still?
You did the video and then, sorry, I.
Okay, I got you.
I don't think I told you right, but yeah.
All right. So after DJ Pepe, and then
yeah, you're on the AOTB slide. There you go.
Yeah. So then yeah, we me and Cynthia did this for a couple of years. We interviewed. We did 28 episodes, I think, or 29 episodes, and we probably interviewed about 40 or 50 people. Kind of the vanguards of the crypto creative space at that time. When we first started, it was in like 2017 of spring. It was like reaching for anybody to be on the show at first because there wasn't that many people or many people we knew. The community really didn't start to get tight knit until the first Rare Art Festival. After that, it was free for all. We did that up until January 2019, I think. Then I did the Sound Money album. I just released that. That's streaming everywhere. It's available on Bandcamp. I also have a couple of tokens or crypto collectibles, I should call them, that are associated with the project. It's an album that like embodies Bitcoin, kind of made it for anybody. It's like an audio documentary. So like, even if you're not into Bitcoin, I'd still like hope you enjoyed the album. Kind of like if you watched Tiger King, but you weren't like into tigers at first, you probably enjoyed it. Same type of concept there. The rappers I got on it were very specific. I reached out to them because they knew about Bitcoin in some way. I've heard them rap about it, etc. What else we got here? So here's a little clip off that.
Not in generations has Wall Street absorbed the number of body blows it took today.
The world has gone mad and the system is broken.
The American financial system is rocked to its foundation as top Wall Street institutions topple under a mountain of debt. Bailed out by taxpayers. It's pretty clear they cannot be trusted.
He said, your problem is that you're trying to understand this as an economic story. Once you look at it as a crime story, you'll get it.
Yeah.
The Fed is losing. But my faith and my money help me rise above.
Buy low and sell high.
But my faith and my money help me rise above. But my faith and my money help me rise above. But my faith and my money help me rise above. But my faith and my money help me rise above.
You can just keep being a tool of the globalist financial elite.
But my faith and my money help me rise above.
We're asking for the biggest bailout Street and a near meltdown of the global economy.
See.
Wall Street in the financial market.
Says the financial world is walked by the biggest bankruptcy in U.S. history.
Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks.
So that was Money Print to Go Burr. So I released a few videos, kind of like meme videos for the project. They're all on YouTube. Check them out. So Bitcoin and music, I'm kind of using it as a medium to help spread awareness of like sound money, Bitcoin, and blockchain art without being too cheesy or preachy. I'm not trying to make this like educational music. I'm trying to make it music you can also enjoy. This is something I kind of envision for like crypto music. This is like a screenshot of a Bandcamp. So like if you have a token, like say you're using like a web browser like Freeport or an Ethereum browser like MetaMask or something, it would detect that you have the DJ Skrilla album, and you know you can buy it for Bitcoin here for 0.007 Bitcoin or use Lightning or something. You can then submit your address for a proof of purchase collectible, which I'll talk about here in a second. View your collection. You know, I don't know, money here, or whatever that means. I got the Freeport tab here. So I'm kind of experimenting here by what I would see it looking like if you were using crypto and music and getting the tokens. The proof of purchase token, I really like because I think it kind of gives the consumer bragging rights. It's like a timestamp on the blockchain that you kind of can associate a project with. So like I did the Bandcamp pre-orders of Sound Money, and anybody who pre-ordered the album is eligible to receive a token, and you know they can only get that for the pre-order. Then anybody who buys the actual Sound Money album, I also have a token for that. Kind of just shows when you bought it, when you supported the artist and the career and their journey. I think it could be a cool thing, especially if bigger artists got involved. You could have like people like becoming like A&Rs, because you could look and be like, oh, look at Susie over here. She was into Nipsey Hussle and 50 Cent and Chance the Rapper, like within the first 50 tokens. You know, let's go talk to Nancy and, you know, see what she's talking about for our ad campaign, et cetera. You can use it for all types of things, I think. I think it's a cool swag thing. This is what I could see it looking like. Browse my collection. I can go click on John Doe's collection and be like, oh, what's he got in here? Oh, cool. You can see trending artists, et cetera, like that. So that's my proof of purchase thing. And going back to that real quick, we talk about things that music and blockchain. People have talked about it before: rights management, licensing, instant payouts, all that stuff. It's all true. There's all things you can do with it. Instant payouts, I think, is really cool. Tune Music, Music Coin, a bunch of others have tried it. Nothing's really worked that I'm aware of yet. You know, Lightning is trying to do some stuff with it, which I'm more interested in. Receiving Ethereum or Bitcoin, or even like Litecoin or Monero, would be interesting. Receiving a token for your art isn't necessarily as interesting because the token generally dies off in value, it seems like. You know, currently, like, you know, artists don't really get to see their sales reports or streaming sales or just anything really without a certain time beforehand. Using a blockchain is instant. So like you could have something in real time, look on a block explorer, maybe that's, you know, with the UI, and see who's buying what and how much and all that stuff, or who's trading what or loaning out what, or, you know, all types of things you can do. You know, you can set up like with a smart contract, you know, again, this isn't new stuff, but you set up a smart contract and you can automatically license like your YouTube or duration of a clip, or say you want to use something for your podcast intro for like 8 weeks, you know, it'd be like already set terms right there. You could just click on and you wouldn't have to even interact with the artist. Rare, rare, rare. Everything's rare right now. Collectibles are hot, including on the blockchain. You know, this record here, I bought it for like $20 5 years ago. It's worth $2,000 right now. Same thing with the crypto art. And crypto music, I could see it being the same thing with the collectibles, kind of being like an internet tangible good. I want to clear that NFT is not a good term for music, since most releases would not be one of one, unless it's some kind of outlier type of release. I kind of have a rating system for this crypto art here. The culture, what you're bringing for the culture, the quality, what the meme is, their message in your art, the degree of difficulty, is it working with the blockchain in some way maybe, and the rarity, like the issuance. So if we're doing DJ Pepe, I give him a score 88. That's just my own personal opinion. But, you know, he's good for the culture. His quality is kind of crap. I use, you know, just a quick Photoshop on my phone to make that. The meme message is very strong. Degree of difficulty working with the blockchain as we do. The private page is pretty good. And the rarity is high for, you know, it's 169. A lot of Pepes are like 1 billion. So I give it an 88. Go ahead and rate your Pepes too. Where we at? Some other crypto collectibles I've done, Can't Smoke a Bitcoin. I released a video for it. I did a proof of share token with this one, experimental token. I also did art piece with collab with Emoji Nakamoto on Super Rare. Actually, when Super Rare was still issuing like multiples, we had 5 of these up there. It was within, I think it was like number 65, 6, 7, 8, 9, Super Rare. They sold out. And talking about the proof of share token, this is from Bits Online magazine. I don't know if y'all can read that, but basically anybody who shared the release sent me their address, and I sent them a Can't Smoke a Bitcoin token. It's a fun way to have people interact with sharing and marketing the music. There was like 80 people, I think, that participated, 54 people the token was distributed to, I think. I think I made 1,000 originally, and I burnt the rest. A few of them have been traded online in the decentralized XCP thing, the DEX. Just a few things like musicians and blockchain: Snoop Dogg, Royce the 5'9", Dave East, Kid Daytona, Big Sean, RAC, DJ Blau, Nas, 50 Cent, DJ Gareth Emery, Grammatic, and Nipsey Hussle all have had some kind of pop news about themselves being involved in Bitcoin or blockchain in some way. My conclusion here is I also just released a song called Stacking Sats. It was just in time for the halving with my friend K Beta, who's also on the Sound Money album. And I made a video for it here. You can buy this on Bandcamp as well. There's a dirty, clean, and you can buy the instrumental version. And here's the song.
As the whole world is quantitative easing, Bitcoin's about to be quantitative hard. Keep stacking, keep stacking, keep stacking those sats. 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 In the dawn of the heavenly,
we prepare to see the surge hit a higher peak. We respect rarity. The urge to sell is quelled by the quiet confidence that keeps one alert in the riot and the rage of fully engaged throttle. But even as the rate fluctuates, hodl as the bottle keeps spinning. Miners will mine and yeah, haters will hate. It's a sign of the times for the decrease in production for the sake of inflation reduction. Kinda makes the magic happen. In half it slashed and up goes the price. Watch them rush to cash in. But I ain't telling y'all shit. I got my rare art moving into seller's market. It's K Beta. The things he say way iller than the average. Back with DJ J Skrilla.
Keep stacking, keep stacking, keep stacking those sats. Keep stacking, keep stacking, keep stacking those sats. Keep stacking those sats. Keep stacking those sats. I love
very unfortunate, but back on
What's up? I guess we lost some audio video quality there for a second.
too much fire.
Too much fire coming through the speakers. Yeah, so that was my presentation, and I think crypto music and Bitcoin in particular will be interesting in times to come. I wonder what the people in the audience think about this music on the blockchain. Interests people at all? I'm not seeing any answers.
Can you see the chat?
Yeah, I see it. I see Bravo. Keep stacking those stacks. God advice here, people. But yeah, so yeah, that's my thing.
Well, thanks for rolling with it, man. I appreciate you, and thanks for sharing that with us. I'm a proud owner of one of those Sound Money tokens. Listened to it straight through day of release and couldn't stop. It was great, and it's great to have such high quality music, helping people understand the underlying ideas of Bitcoin. But yeah, sorry about the difficulties, but
no, it's cool. It's the way it goes. We're in a virtual world, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the best of it, but you certainly did what you could to,
Oh, am I on the screen or not on the screen?
Yeah, you're still on screen. Oh wait, I don't think Dada can. I'm not sure if people can see you. I can see you. I can hear you.
Okay.
But yeah, final words before we move to the next one. But
yeah, just go on rareskrilla.bandcamp.com and drop a few sats in the songs. Go support. I'll make more of them. Holla at your boy. Thanks, James. Peace, y'all.
Take care, man. Peace. All right, we're live with Devin Finzer from OpenSea, and we're just gonna let him take it away.
All right, and people can see my screen, right?
I can see it. We can wait for chat.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. I'm not sure how all this works.
Good.
I think okay. I'm good. Cool. Well, thank you all for having me. My name is Devin. I'm one of the co-founders of OpenSea, and I made a presentation around kind of some of the challenges and opportunities in creating rare digital art. So hopefully, part of it will probably be kind of background information that everyone knows about. So I'll try to whiz through that pretty quickly. But maybe it's interesting for folks who are a little newer. Oops. And then the core focus of the presentation will just be on kind of, some of the recent challenges that we've identified, which are actually also opportunities to do really interesting stuff in space. So hopefully that'll be inspirational and kind of get your mind thinking about what might be an interesting thing to contribute in the sort of new rare digital art arena. Just a little bit of background. So OpenSea, about us, we're a marketplace for all sorts of non-fungible tokens. So we started out with CryptoKitties back in 2017 when they were really the only non-fungible token on the block, but we've since expanded to all sorts of different non-fungible tokens on Ethereum at the moment. So that we allow you to buy, sell all these things. You can take something from the super rare art platform and go and sell it on OpenSea. You can take a CryptoKitty and sell it on OpenSea. And we provide a variety of ways for selling things. So the simplest is selling for a fixed price. Sorry, someone's vacuuming. I'm gonna close the windows to keep the door shut. There we go. So there's the sort of simplest way of selling something, fixed price, but you can also do things like English auctions, Dutch auctions, private sales, all sorts of interesting mechanisms. So there's a lot to experiment with. Selling in bundles, selling in different tokens. We've invested pretty heavily in creating some of the most robust auction systems that are available currently on Ethereum. So to kind of talk a little bit about the high level picture, what is it that makes something valuable? For example, why did the original Mona Lisa sell for so much, given that you can, you could technically go and repaint the Mona Lisa and have something that looks almost like the original. You can obviously copy and paste the picture of it. Well, we think that there's several ingredients for valuing, I should say physical art. So with physical art, you kind of have this provable uniqueness. You have the provenance of the piece. You have the inherent property rights of the physical world. You have places to display art, and you have markets for art. And so all of these things come together to allow these pieces to be valuable, right? With existing digital art, until now, you didn't really have all of that, right? You didn't have a way of proving that you owned it. It's really easy to copy and paste a piece of digital art. You don't really have property rights. And as a result, there haven't really been, until now, thriving markets for digital art. And so CryptoKitties kind of started everyone thinking about, and the projects before that, CryptoPunks, Rare Pepes, all of these, and I think CryptoKitties kind of brought it to the mainstream. But they thought they kind of got everyone thinking about, this new type of crypto asset that, in our opinion, combines the best properties of digital and physical assets. So the downsides of digital assets are that they're not scarce, they're often difficult to trade, and they're somewhat transient. The downside of physical assets is that they can be costly to produce, they're actually pretty difficult to track, and you can still counterfeit them. While it's harder to replicate a physical piece of art, it is possible. So crypto assets kind of have all of the properties that give you a little bit of the best of both worlds. So provably scarce, long-lasting, easily tradable, hard to counterfeit, and we ultimately think that this will lead to these crypto assets being very valuable to users. Anyway, so and all of this is kind of background information, so apologies if it's a little bit of a review. So this is a new space, but it's growing pretty rapidly. This is the number of smart contracts that we pick up on OpenSea. So on OpenSea, we kind of watch all of the different contracts come alive on Ethereum, and this graph only goes up to Q3 2019, but it's been growing rapidly as people continue to kind of experiment in the space. So what I wanted, that's all background, probably stuff that everyone here knows a bit about. What I wanted to talk about today was kind of what are the challenges that we've noticed as a marketplace in the space, and what opportunities do those present. So the first challenge, which I think some people don't think of as a challenge, but I actually do think it's a challenge, is just bringing on more supply. So while artists have been incredibly excited about sort of being on the frontier of new tech, thus far, primarily the tech has been only accessible to people who are willing to get their hands relatively dirty with understanding crypto and blockchain. And I think there's a lot of room to grow in terms of just bringing more and more mainstream artists onto platforms, educating them. And ultimately, I think supply across the space is what will drive users. It will drive demand, right? I think if there's exciting things to be collected with provenance associated with them, that will bring in collectors and bring in audiences and sort of get that flywheel going. So I think supply is actually one of the most important pieces of growing the digital art space. And I think it'll happen naturally as all of these other pieces come together. Also, James, I just want to double check. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I think we're all good.
Okay, cool. I didn't want to go like rogue without it actually working. So then the next challenge that I think is pretty exciting is, so in order to give these pieces of works value, there really does need to be an environment for displaying them, right? One of the reasons that physical art has value is because you can put it on your wall, you can put it in a museum, and there's people to come and appreciate it. So that sort of social consensus around the art being interesting and valuable. So this is sort of in the early days of being worked on, but it's, in my opinion, one of the most exciting parts of the emerging digital art market. And that's, of course, these places for displaying art. So this is the map of CryptoVoxels. It's actually quite an outdated map. I think all of the CryptoVoxel world is now, or all of the Genesis city has been distributed now. But CryptoVoxels, for those of you who aren't familiar, and I'm sure a lot of people already are, is basically a virtual world where you can own land and display your art inside of your land and build all sorts of things inside of your land. So people are building virtual museums in this world. Here's a couple of screenshots of those. And this is, I think this is like one of those really critical ingredients to having the art be valuable. Decentraland is another one of these. So this is the museum district of Decentraland. This is the OpenSea team. We had our team stand up in Decentraland. It was a lot of fun. But you can see that these worlds are kind of in their early days, but they're starting to get pretty exciting. The second area, I think, where there's a lot of opportunity is on the curation side. So there are now a number of folks who have kind of taken on the role of art curators. And one is Jake from Coin Fund, who I think is going to be speaking later, but he started this website called First Edition, which is a set of his rare curated digital art on the blockchain. And I think curators will play an increasingly important role to kind of decide what is legitimate art and what isn't, essentially, because anyone can. I think I'll talk about this a little later, but anyone can create a PNG or a JPEG and upload it and create an NFT, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it really has the provenance associated with someone that you would actually want to purchase art from. This is another cool site that people might not be familiar with because it's a little bit early. It's called flaunt.me, so FLAWNT.me. It's still sort of in beta, but I was checking it out today, and it's gotten quite a lot better. And it basically just lets you create galleries of any NFT. So that could be a piece of digital art, that could be a game item, and you can sort of curate these things. So you can create collections, and you can really be creative about how to kind of display these things in a really nice way. And the display of the assets in these galleries is very different from kind of what you'd see on a typical marketplace like OpenSea or Super Rare, where it's more about purchasing the item. The flaunt.me galleries are really more oriented towards a nice visual way of browsing and displaying. So I think these types of experiences will be integral for helping the space evolve and having more use cases for your assets. The other problem that I think is starting to get really interesting is we are starting to see some forgery in the market. So a little story, but a while back, I think it was maybe 5 or 6 months back, Binance launched a crypto collectible. It was I guess this was, around the new year. It was a collectible that basically it was just tied to Binance, and for that reason people were interested in collecting it, right, and trading it. And someone came along and basically created their own smart contract, created images that or copy and pasted the image, uploaded them, went to our storefront creator and created NFTs that looked identical to the Binance NFTs. And so everything about the NFT on OpenSea, which kind of provides this exploring functionality for NFTs, looked exactly the same, except the address in the address bar, because the address of the smart contract was different than the actual Binance smart contract address. And they were actually able to sell this to a user. And so this was kind of the first, maybe one of the first big instances of someone creating a knockoff NFT and being able to profit off of it. And as a result, we actually put in some rules in place to ensure that it was much more difficult to create these fake NFTs and get them surfaced to a place where people might accidentally purchase them. It's of course a balance. We don't want to be or OpenSea itself doesn't want to be a complete walled garden and have a rigorous process for getting onto OpenSea. But we also, we don't want people to, we want buyers to have some assurance that what they're buying is kind of the original NFT versus a knockoff. So there's a lot, the point is there's a lot of work to be done here. So the current role of these sort of art dedicated marketplaces, such as this one is Maker's Place, is they provide this sort of proof of authenticity, right? Maker's Place and Super Rare, I believe, and Known Origin as well, are not
sort of free-for-all type places where you can go and get any piece of art on the platform. You have to go through some sort of KYC process. And so these platforms are kind of providing this role, almost like a record label in the music industry, that says that this is like a legitimate piece of art worth looking at. So that's kind of an interesting thing that these platforms provide. But I think there's also a lot of work to be done on the sort of open platform side to trace the, if there is an image that is similar to another NFT that already exists in the market, to surface that to users so that there is sort of more of this record of this was the original piece of art. And there's lots of really creative ways I think you can do that using image matching tech. And I think there's a lot of unexplored opportunity there. So the next category that I think also there's a lot of room for exploration is the immutability of the art. So a little bit of history on CryptoKitties. So CryptoKitties, which was the first ERC 721 NFT after CryptoPunks, the way that the smart contract worked was you had the storage of who owns which CryptoKitty on the blockchain, but the actual metadata for what the CryptoKitty looked like was actually this sort of somewhat centralized API, and that returned the image for the CryptoKitty, the name of the CryptoKitty, all these things. And so technically, CryptoKitties can go and change the assets after the fact. Which is not always the best, for certain types of assets. If you're buying something where the metadata can be changed, that is a little worrisome for collectors. So there's a lot of folks who are working on different ways of hosting the metadata. So this is a project called Avastars. It's sort of a generative art project, and they've decided to put all of the image data on the blockchain so that it's pretty much impossible for them to go and change the look and feel of your Avastar after the fact. And so that's a pretty interesting area where people are kind of innovating. The other thing that people use is IPFS, which is a decentralized file system that allows you to have sort of looser guarantees around the metadata of the asset not changing. Accessibility is kind of an obvious one. I think probably the audience here knows roughly that this is an area that requires a lot of improvement over time to get more mainstream people onto these platforms. But luckily, there's a lot of stuff happening in the wallet space. There's a lot of companies doing fiat on-ramps. And then even on the underlying blockchain scalability side, there's a lot of work being done to have higher throughput blockchains versus something like Ethereum. This one's another kind of interesting opportunity. I think the space of programmable digital art is still relatively underexplored. So there's ERC 721, which gives you this kind of unique digital asset, but there's all sorts of interesting things that you can bake directly into that ERC 721. So as an example, this is a project called Autoglyphs, which was created by the creators of CryptoPunks. And this is a generative art project in that the actual art is generated from on-chain data. And this is another one called async art, where you can own certain pieces of the art as well as the entire art piece itself. And so I think there's just a lot of room to do really interesting stuff beyond just having a simple tokenized piece of art, but actually making it into something that can do stuff and that you can interact with in meaningful ways. We're also seeing a lot of experimentation with remixing. So This back to the Autoglyphs project. After Autoglyphs launched, someone else decided to make a project called Color Glyphs, and I can't remember exactly how the color glyphs were generated or sort of what algorithm was used, but basically it was sort of a riff on the autoglyphs idea. And you could imagine doing lots of really creative stuff here, right? You could take an entire art project and just airdrop a similar piece of art to the holders of that art and sort of bootstrap your community off of the existing holders of a piece of digital art. You could, with the artist's permission, create sort of these remixes that combine multiple different work. In the case of the color glyphs developer went and got the permission of the Autoglyphs developer. This is another interesting project from a long time ago, but this was called CryptoStamp, which was a project from the Austrian Postal Service. And what they did was they had a physical stamp which could actually be used to mail letters. And when you bought the stamp online, you received a crypto stamp alongside it that you could scan with a wallet and basically import this ERC 721 asset, and then you could go and sell it on the market. And what was interesting about this was they kind of tethered the value of the crypto stamp to the actual physical asset. So you kind of got this extra reward and used that to kickstart the market for these things. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to kind of play around with combining physical and digital assets in unique ways. And then I think another kind of interesting trend we're seeing is that there's a bit of a flipping of, what is thought of as the original piece of art versus what is sort of just a replica of it. So, for example, this artist named Josie sells the original NFTs on OpenSea, and then you can sort of buy physical prints of it on her website as well, or you could buy a T-shirt of it. And it's kind of a different model where instead of the original being one physical piece, the original is a single digital piece or multiple editions of a digital piece. And then you can have all of these physical replica of it to kind of, if you want to support her more. This, I guess, sort of more goes in the realm of programmability, but I think there's also lots of creative ways that you can distribute your art. So this artist named John Orion Young, he created his own smart contract. I think he actually learned how to code, or maybe he'd done a little bit of coding, but he taught himself Solidity, taught himself how to make a website, all these things. And he created what's called a hot potato contract. And this was a thing from quite a long time ago, but it was basically a contract where you could buy something, you could buy one of these works, and immediately it would be on sale for a higher price. So the game associated with this, which is kind of a game of speculation, is you want to buy the asset at some price and then be able to resell it, but you don't want to be the last person who bought the asset. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to profit off of the resale. Or unless you do want to be it really depends on your vantage point. Maybe you do want to be the last person holding it because you want to actually own the asset. But the point being that he kind of created this really interesting economic incentive around purchasing the things to kickstart the marketplace. And now the market works more like a free market where you can just buy and sell things at whatever price you want. But it was a pretty interesting way to kind of distribute the art initially. So incentives is another area where I think there's a lot of work to be done on sort of all of the coordination problems associated with having truly owned digital assets and having free markets to trade them. So on OpenSea, for example, if you create a storefront on OpenSea and you mint some of your items, you can set a secondary sale fee so that every time an item sells on OpenSea, you get a percentage of that sale. So say I'm an artist, I sell a work for 1 Ether. I obviously get 1 Ether minus the OpenSea fee. But then if someone else sells it for 2 Ether down the road, I'll actually collect a percentage of that sale. Now, the challenges associated with this are if you give people full property rights over their digital assets, there's nothing stopping someone from just coordinating a peer-to-peer trade completely separate from the OpenSea platform or from any other marketplace. And so, for example, if I owned that piece of art, I could say, oh, I'll just Venmo me $200 and I'll send you it using the gift functionality of an NFT, because every NFT kind of comes with the ability to transfer it to someone else. So this is a challenge because artists and platforms do want to kind of be able to monetize the secondary market. And at the moment, there's sort of no guarantees around monetizing it. Folks are kind of talking about this idea of restricting the transferability of these assets. But we at OpenSea, we kind of think that there's always going to be ways around these secondary market fees. So for example, if you restrict transferability and you say it can only be sold on a marketplace, then what's to stop me from just selling it for 0.0001 ETH and then coordinating the actual sale or the actual transfer of money outside of the platform. So we think that these marketplace fees will be sort of weekly enforced, which I actually think will be good enough for creating aligned incentives between creators and collectors and developers. So we think that there will be standards that sort of suggest what fee ought to go to artists, and artists will be able to choose which platforms they want their art to be bought and sold on. And there will always be a scenario where something's sold like completely offline. But for the most part, users, I think, will want the kind of convenience of being able to use platforms and are oftentimes relatively happy with giving the artist a fee on secondary sales. But in any case, I think this is an area where there's a lot of work to be done on kind of the coordination problem of having assets dictate what fees ought to go where. And the folks at Rarible are working on a sort of simple standard for telling marketplaces what fee ought to go to the artist versus the developer, et cetera. So that's my presentation. The TLDR is, I think there's really a lot of opportunity for innovation with digital art and crypto assets. I think, as we always say, like, we're really just at the beginning, and hopefully some of those ideas, sparked your interest and made you excited about working on something in the space, whether you're a developer, a creator, or just a collector. And yeah, if you folks want to get involved, we're always looking for more people to work closely with. I think it's really an exciting time to be involved in this space because it's so early. And so at OpenSea, for example, we're very open to working with anyone who wants to kind of get more involved in leveraging different parts of the platform, promoting their work to our audience, et cetera. To get started, you can tokenize your art either on our platform using our storefront manager under the develop bar in the OpenSea top bar, or on any other tokenization platform, Mintbase, Rarible, Mintable, Super Rare, Maker's Place, lots of them. Recommend exploring the market and definitely reaching out to us if you're interested in doing anything more with OpenSea. And here is my contact information. And I think that's it.
Thank you so much, Devin.
Sure.
And if anyone has questions, feel free to follow up with Devin. We're going to keep it moving. Once again, really appreciate you being part of the festival and wish you the best of luck with the project.
Thanks so much for having me.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
Right now.
Cool.
Hey, we're live with Rob Myers and really excited about this presentation. And without further ado, take it away.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Rob and I'm here to talk about the problem of authenticity in art on the blockchain. To do this, we're going to start with a banana. Everyone loves a banana, they're healthy, they're good for you, they're funny in old cartoons, but when you tape one on the wall and sell it for $120,000, something different is clearly happening. Particularly as if you or I taped a banana to a wall and tried to sell it, we would either get funny looks or someone would call security. This is a piece of art called The Comedian by artist Maurizio Catalan. It's sold for $120,000 at Art Basel Art Fair in 2019. And the reason it's worth that much, or the reason some people think it's worth that much, is it's clearly a signature Catalan artwork. It is a completely authentic banana taped to a wall. How do we establish that this is an authentic banana taped to a wall? Well, if we go back to the 1960s, there was a problem for conceptual artists. Conceptual artists had decided that they didn't really want anything to do with the gallery system that would later become art fairs like Art Basel, and they would instead make art that was basically impossible to exhibit in a nice blue chip gallery, that was definitely impossible for anyone to own, and that as a result couldn't really be bought or sold within the existing art market. This is a piece of art from the 1960s by artist Lawrence Weiner, and it's simply a description of some vague sort of concept that you might be able to do. You could get various liquids and carry them around, or it's some sort of vaguely aesthetic statement that you could enjoy reading, as we are here, in TypeScript. Now, enough people found this sort of art interesting that they then wanted to exhibit it in galleries, and Weiner now does very, very, very big blown up bits of text in lovely colours and different fonts and different styles, but people also wanted to buy this kind of thing. To make something that you cannot buy, something that you can buy, you need some sort of proxy. And so what conceptual artists came up with was the idea of a certificate of authenticity. This is a much later one from artist Sol LeWitt. It's for a wall drawing of wavy lines, which anyone can make. Anyone can go up to a wall and graffiti on it some wavy lines, but the only way that you know that those wavy lines are an authentic signature Sol LeWitt artwork that you have paid good money for and can exhibit without his estate shouting at you and can take to auction and sell, is this piece of paper. This kind of piece of paper is, in a very real way, the artwork, or at least the soul or the ownable property of the artwork. And over the years, these certificates for original signature artworks have gone up and up and up and up in price. People found other ways of making conceptual, commonplace objects, like ideas about different liquids, like bananas, into expensive, saleable signature artworks by, for example, taking something as simple as a balloon dog, which is where you take one of those balloons, twist it up and make it into a balloon animal and entertain children with it at parties, and casting it 10 foot high in polychrome steel. One of these, Jeff Koons, that's Koons here, stood in front of a balloon dog for scale. One of these Koons balloon dogs is a signature work of art. It's essentially an enormous proof of work. This has taken months and months of work by dozens of highly skilled artisans, but the person who gets to stand in front of it, and the person who gets the money for it ultimately, and the person who gets any resale right cash, if it's sold in the jurisdiction where that's a thing, is Koons. And I thought that this kind of erasure of the names of people who work on the work, this kind of taking objects and taking them out of the cultural commons and making them your signature works, and then in some cases getting very litigious about anyone else who dares to do so much as talk about balloon dogs in art, wasn't right. So between 2011 and 2012, I commissioned some very talented 3D artists, Chris Weber and Bassam Kudali, to make models of some of these objects, a balloon dog, a urinal, and a pipe, which if you know your art history, you will recognize who might have used those in their art. Place them under Creative Commons licenses, which mean that anyone is free to share, alter, print, display, whatever they want to do with the artworks, and place them on the Thingiverse website where people were free to share, download, modify, print, and use them. And people did. Here's an exhibition of some of the artworks at a gallery in the UK, at Jerwood Gallery, and you can see that they've printed them out not quite 10 foot high in polychrome steel, but they're there as real objects that people can look at and that they haven't had to pay millions and millions of dollars for, or deal with anyone's estates to get access to. They've just had to obey the terms of the license, which are very easy to do. And that's all well and good, but after a while, people start wanting a bit more luxury, a bit more value in their art. Giving all the value away isn't the way to become a millionaire art collector or art dealer. So Furtherfield Gallery, who are great in the UK, produced an edition of the 3D printed works, which they wanted to tie more to these ideas of making a valuable art object and making an autograph artwork. So I wasn't entirely comfortable with putting my name on these works, which I'd agreed with the artist their names would go importantly on. So what I did was I borrowed one of those certificates of authenticity, crossed out the bits I didn't like, wrote the information on and gave those to Furtherfield to print out and give to people, and everyone was very happy, and this moved the ideas on a bit because I hadn't thought of doing this originally when I commissioned the artworks, and that was great. Around the same time as this, and you'll notice that the gold urinal in the previous picture was priced in Bitcoin, I'd become very interested in blockchain stuff. I'd particularly become interested in the idea of what would later become blockchain registries and blockchain markets for art. I produced what I think is the first Ethereum-based market, although Monograph beat me to the punch with the first actual blockchain art registry, which they used Namecoin for. This is one of the few remaining bits of something that's so old it was deployed on the Ethereum testnet before the crowd sale and was written in the ancient LLL language. as time went on, people created better registries, notably Monograph and other people, and Artea are one of the companies who decided to apply blockchain registries to real-world art. Furtherfield again produced a little miniature edition of balloon dogs in gold. They're delightful little, basically they're like jewellery. They're very small, made from very fine gold, and registered on Artea's contracts as unique works of art. If you buy one, the transfer is registered on Artea's blockchain, and if you look down in the picture, you'll see the original certificate of authenticity hanging out there just to get the idea across. By this point, we're very far either from the idea of a piece of paper that says you can own this unique artwork and an incredibly valuable signature artwork. And there's no way I could have thought through this or done this kind of thing without blockchain technology, because blockchain technology, particularly smart contracts, takes the idea of law and makes it into hackable code. Smart contracts are obviously a really good way of modeling novel ways of owning or producing or even constructing art. And lots of people have quite rightly rushed to this to make their art, and an act of art theft has copied it over to another site, made some tokens, and you've ended up buying them. And this kind of status anxiety is new with any new kind of art, and it's either a real problem, which as a collector you have to be wary of and know your artists and do your homework, or as an artist it's a wonderful opportunity for some mischief. So to embrace this, I've produced yet another of these certificates of authenticity. These ones guarantee that when you buy this token and display the certificate that it represents alongside either a 3D print or a virtual reality version of the models, because people have been putting these into virtual reality since Second Life was a thing. When you do that, it is absolutely guaranteed that I personally did not create the original model, print out this model, have any consultation with you about the placement of this model, or really in any way underwrite the authenticity of this artwork. Rather than worrying about whether something is authentic or not and trying to prove that it is authentic, this just goes the other way and proves absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, with all the power of the blockchain, that it isn't authentic. And they're available for sale or possibly bid on OpenSea, which closes the loop of why we should pay for particular artworks when they're just ideas. In this particular case, it's because you can own them uniquely with all the power of the blockchain. And it closes the loop on making visible the labor that goes into making art, the question of what is right or wrong or doable or even knowable in terms of who owns particular ideas in art, who owns the results of turning those ideas into something. And it's just kind of fun. I like doing this sort of thing, to meditate on where the art world is, where the blockchain is, how they can feed off each other, how they can add value to each other, and how we know and understand all of this. So thank you for listening to that. Does anyone have any questions?
Epic. Hopefully people have some questions.
So the attribution of the urinal this is based on, I noticed someone mentioning the Baroness in the chat. There's a fun debate about this just going on in the art newspaper at the moment. So if you're not aware of the argument over whether it was Marcel Duchamp who originally grabbed a urinal and submitted it to a show in New York about 100 years ago and really blew everyone's minds, or whether he actually stole this from a baroness who was into making art out of plumbing or not, is an interesting example of precisely the kind of problems that we're dealing with here. Who came up with this idea? Who was the first to do it? Did someone else actually do it? Does this particular letter to someone's sibling prove that they're a liar? Does this fact that no one ever went anywhere, or that a model number on a bit of plumbing is wrong, prove something else? So on one level, this is sort of the kind of thing that blockchain should be able to solve, but on the other, obviously, if you load any of this evidence onto one contract, you can just load it into another contract and produce a perfect copy of it. And then if you try to implement that at the protocol level, you can just copy it all into another blockchain. Sort of, you can come up with perfect proof cache and just move everything over to there, and then nobody knows who owns anything anymore. So that's kind of fun. For the tape, I don't know how much the tape on the banana was itself. The tape and the banana are a single artwork, which if we had access to the certificate of authenticity, we would be able to prove to ourselves, but only with the power of a piece of paper rather than with the power of a blockchain.
We had another question from David Moore, wondering if you think trash art will be considered a genuine art movement.
Oh, absolutely. If you look at graffiti art, so in the 1970s, you imagine 1970s New York being a very different place from how it is now. Graffiti on subway cars, graffiti on walls. It was regarded as a public order problem until people started taking it to galleries, and then people would pay good money for good examples of graffiti art, which a few years earlier, if you'd asked someone, was this art, they'd have said, no, it's a crime. But as people brought graffiti art into the gallery, you got breakout stars like Gilles Basquiat, who recently had a big show at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And you don't get much more "this is real art" than a one-person show at the Museum of Modern Art. So I totally understand people's concerns about art that doesn't seem to be what it claims to be, of art that is made using the equivalent of Photoshop filters without that being what the artist is intentionally trying to say in terms of making art that is about the value of art, or about the effects of technology, or about sort of tuning the filters until they get the absolutely most perfect lens flare effect in the corner of something ever. At the same time, within all this art, new trends will emerge, new ways of valuing it will emerge, new aesthetics that people start to value that they simply hadn't thought of before will emerge. And so, yeah, 20 years from now, we will see the most stylish examples of art theft going for hundreds of ether. We will see the best trash GIF art going for at least the same price, and everyone will wonder why anyone's ever worried that this amazing classical art, which is now being shown in modern art galleries around the globe, was ever considered to be something that was a bit dodgy.
What are you currently working on?
So I just got this out last night because I was waiting for gas prices to go down, and they didn't go down, so I had to suck it up and move some ETH around and transfer this. I'm working with the awesome team at Neon District on the contracts for their games. We've got MetaBoss coming up shortly, so do have a look at MetaBoss. You can find out about that on Twitter. And on the art front, I've got another project coming up which breaks down the insides of individual artworks, so you can remove those, add them, trade them, which is called Farfaf, but that's a little way out. So at the moment, I'm going to be continuing to write about blockchain art at robmyers.org and making sure that Neon District Blockade games are the best they can be.
Awesome. I'm on the Rogue team. If anyone else
is okay.
Communicate.
Yeah. Get on your team, coordinate, make sure that you come out ahead. Definitely. Yeah.
You got to beat them. The Scourge.
I cannot endorse any individual team, but yes, definitely.
Oh no. Well, that's super cool. I'm really excited to keep reading what you write, and thank you so much for giving us this presentation. Oh, Cynthia wants to know.
Cynthia, no, I'm not one of the storytellers for Neon District. There is a novella for Neon District called The Future Edited, but I didn't write that, I'm afraid. I think my next writing is probably going to be for the next Dogecoin, but that got delayed because of COVID.
Cool. Yeah, like I was saying, thank you so much for being here, and I can't wait to share this presentation and look forward to everything you create in the future.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much.
All right. If anyone has more questions, now's the time, or else we're gonna keep it moving. Oh, I think Cynthia has a follow-up.
Yeah, Dogecoin will be in Vancouver at some unspecified point in the future, to the best of my knowledge.
Sweet. All right. Thanks again. Take care, and we'll see you when we see you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Have a good one. All right, we're live with Cody, and he's got a great talk prepared for us and going to answer some questions. Take it away.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Tag here, is that me? Oh, I got two. I got two going. All right. Cool. How's it going, everybody? Thanks for having me, James. The whole festival has been super awesome. And I'm glad to get a little bit of time to jump into a little bit. What I've come across in the last 2 years being in NFTs. So when I first started with doing NFTs, I came from the traditional art world, where I was doing original one-offs. As well as prints. And in that space, a print run of anything less than, 25 or 10 was considered super rare. And as soon as you jump into the NFT space, those numbers begin to inflate. And I've come across just some different ways of kind of rationalizing this, and this is kind of my perspective on what rare NFTs are and how token counts can affect maybe the demand for a piece of art. And that doesn't actually speak for the art itself, it's just the amount of them being minted. So you make an epic piece of art, and that in itself is actually what the goal of being an artist is. I think we're all here to be creative and be happy and proud, and this brings joy to our life. And once the art's made, that joy gets transferred to a collector or just people who happen to walk by in a gallery and admire it. So that in itself, I think, is winning. And there's a lot of different ways that people get there. No two people's paths are the same. And my mantra is make art that you're proud of. And I think, like Rob was saying, and lots of other people, there are many, many different forms of art, and I appreciate anything that the artist finds pride in. So once you make this awesome piece of art, what are you going to do next? Now that we're in NFT land, you're going to tokenize it. And for the sake of this story, I'm going to just talk about the digital NFTs. I'm not going to get into physical tied NFTs or anything of that sort. That's a whole different conversation. So as we're going down this path, we're going to pick an easy number, and we're going to say $100, right, for just the sake of easy math. And going into this, all cards on the table. This is a piece of art that the artist, first of all, super proud of. It's high quality. It's in line with the other types of art that they're making, and it's an A-level piece. all things being equal. So you have this piece of art, and let's say you have $100 in your mind of what you would like to sell it for. There's two major roads as an NFT artist that you have to decide before this is out, because this is immutable and this decision will carry for the life of this visual asset. So we have two options. We have the option of many buyers. And we did here $1 each for 100 buyers. So once all those 100 tokens are sold at $1 each, you've reached your goal. The positive side of this, in a sense, is more people get to own the artwork. And I would say the opposite side of that coin is, as an artist, you need to find 100 buyers for this visual art piece. The other option is a single buyer. And when you have a single buyer, the price tag is $100, and you're looking for a single collector to buy this piece of art. One thing happens when you have a single buyer and a one of one is you open up a new possibility of more than $100 if there is demand on a site. Any of the sites can do it. I have done most of my one of ones on Super Rare, and we're all in this together, and we're figuring out the best ways to make art collecting. It's a global situation, so I came up with my own. I guess it's being called the Coldy method, where it's basically once the art is reached past the reserve price, you can go into a type of auction mode where, in a sense, you can eclipse that $100 price tag. So those are the two base options that we're going to explore here. So side by side, you can see they take up the same amount of mass, but you can start seeing the proliferation of that single asset into 100 different collectors forging a different path. So to me, this brings up a couple things for the artist in their own mind. And I've definitely have been in these same shoes where when I first started, I was on Rare Art Labs, and that was an ERC20 based crypto art site. And they primarily worked in editions. And I was brand new to crypto art, and that seemed like a great solution to me. I could do editions of, I believe I was experimenting even then. I did a version of 10, I think I did a version of 15, maybe one of 25, just to start feeling out the market. And pretty soon, I mean, even at that time, I would say the collectors are not anywhere near what they are today, but I saw the demand was more for the exclusive or the lower token counts. So when I started hopping over to Rare Art Labs, I saw that, the same piece that I had on, when I hopped over to Super Rare, the same pieces I had on Rare Art Labs that were editions of 20 were not moving, while the execution and the quality were the exact same. So then I began to shift my focus and only do one of ones. And I found that not only was it less of a hustle to find 20 people to sell out the artwork like it used to be, it would be finding one collector. And then that collector starts to find value in that scarcity as well. So let's extrapolate that to 1 year of art making using these same metrics, where an artist is releasing one piece a month on average. And you'll see on the left side, there's 1,200 tokens available with your art name attached to it, as compared to 12 on the other side. So as you quickly see that proliferating these, it's getting into more people's hands, but the demand for those very well could be less. We don't know that every single one of those 1,200 tokens has actually been bought. So you might have sold half of each one, and you're sitting on 600 tokens, and your NFTs, if it was the same thing, you're sitting on 6. So these multiplications just keep going and going and going. And as an artist, I have personally found that when I limit my editions, especially as one of ones, that's what the collectors keep asking for. They're not asking for, can I get a 1 of 5? While I see it being great to onboard more people into collecting, as an artist myself, I see the long-term value of scarcity and just overall keeping that count of tokens low will benefit in the long run. So we're going to go past this. We'll call that day 1, where all the tokens are sold, which was a huge success. Congratulations. We did it. We made a piece of art for art's sake, and then it found a new home, and the collector or collectors are now happy to own it. That's a win. Oops. Okay, so now that those pieces have sold, what happens when the new collector comes in and he wants this piece of art? He saw it online, he or she, and they say, okay, I got to get me one of those. And they start looking around, doing some due diligence. They start checking out your profile pages. They start getting a sense of your average sales. They start looking at the total tokens issued just to get a lay of the land. And what they're going to realize and what you're going to realize is 1,200 versus 12. It's a lot, especially when you go to the secondary collectors. So we are innovators and we are experimenters, and we are, in a sense, the guinea pigs that are coming up with the future. So you have to put yourself in futures, in the footprint of the future. So the goal in the art world after we sell it to a collector is for a new collector to buy it from that collector. And that is where it gets especially hard when you have a very high token count, because until it sells to the secondary market, the price value, it's based on one person's decision. Did they overpay? Did they underpay? That secondary market starts to validate the value of the piece. So when you look at this, for those 1,200 tokens to go to a secondary collector base, you're looking at a total of 2,400 individual collectors that have touched these pieces, assuming that each initial sale went to a different collector since it's the same piece of art. As opposed to on the lower token count, that 12 has to get flipped to 24. So especially in the early days where we are now, I don't even think there's 2,400 people in crypto art, let alone, it's, the numbers just start getting crazy as assumed to 24. That's much more attainable to get a secondary market flowing. So that doesn't necessarily mean that one of ones are the only option. I'm very aware of the reasoning between why certain people will want to do additions, why certain people want to do one of ones. It's all valid. And I think in my own experience, I have seen additions effective when they're done sparingly, maybe for a certain reason, or there's something as part of the art piece that needs to be an addition, whether it's the token count adds to it or whatever the reasoning. So if it's done sparingly and it doesn't blow up your overall token count, I think that consideration at least needs to be thought about before you're starting to do additions. I've also done some events and giveaways where I have tokenized event posters, which in my own experience, even those, I had a set of 5 of them, and there just isn't anywhere near the same demand as the one of one. So I've dipped my toes in there, and I still do it from time to time, but my thinking goes back to the 100 versus 1 kind of paradigm. Oh, hold on. Get myself here. That's not going to let me. All right, well, that doesn't realize missing one slide in here. So basically what I'm getting at is you got to think ahead because it affects your immutable future. You know, we're taking chances and we're taking risks, every single one of us every day. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And we all make decisions that we wish we could have changed looking backwards, but especially with tokenized art, once it's done, it's done. So before you think that, you know, getting those 10 pieces out there is great, and I'm just going to start pumping quick art out there, and that's the best solution because you're getting paid quicker. I just bring this up so that you can think about it yourself and know that there's different options to get to the same endpoint. And at the same time, as we're so young in this, we don't know what the valuations of any of this art could be, and setting yourself up to be in a good spot in 10 years when you have a way lower token count, I think is definitely worth investigating for yourself. So I am kind of left that at a high level because we could literally talk about each of those things for an hour each, but I thought that it would be better to kind of jump through my thoughts. And before we get to a discussion, I just wanted to kind of quickly show a couple other things that I have currently going on. One of them is a Julian Assange variant on Super Rare. And I wanted to talk about this one specifically because it plays into my mantra of making art you're proud of, but also keeping the token counts low. So with this decentralized series, I think long and hard, first of all, about who I'm going to do a portrait of, because I think that making a portrait of somebody's face is empowering to that person, whether it's positive or negative. It makes them immutable as well. So most of these, I think my Vitalik, I have done 6 of them, and they're all one of ones. So there's 6 total for Vitalik, instead of doing additions where if I could probably crank out in additions and sell more of them, but I'm looking out also for collectors because I know how value transfers when there's less tokens. So this Assange one is a variant off of the Nifty Gateway release I did, and there will not be 20 variants of each person. These are each unique pieces of art that I do custom animations and change the colors, so there's no question of, is this part of a series? They all stand alone. So I just released that one on Super Rare, and that came out yesterday. And I am also working on a cat charity art show that's coming up at the end of June in Crypto Voxels. And this project I'm super proud of. I've been donating art to this Kitty Bungalow art show for 3 years now. And last year I was showing them all the NFT stuff I was doing. A whole bunch of you guys stepped up, and we raised them an awesome amount of money, and it really blew them away. And they came back and just said, wow, this is uncharted territory. How can we play more? And following my Citadel show, I showed them I have an event center. I can do this in in a virtual world, and we can onboard all kinds of new people who have never heard of any of this stuff, and really have some fun and raise money for cats who need it. So right now I have a call for entries. I'm looking for cat-themed artwork that once it's sold, we'll donate that to the Kitty Bungalow charity. There's the deadline for those call for entries is this coming Friday. And there's been some awesome stuff coming in, and there's plenty of room. I have 4 buildings of space. So please, if you have anything that you have already, or obviously that hasn't been already sold, send it to me, and I would love to show it in the show. And also, if you've been to the Citadel, there's a lot of opportunity for voxel art, like environmental art pieces. So if you're a builder in CryptoVoxels, or really if you have any interest and you want to help, I'm pretty much a one-man team putting this on. So I love hearing other ideas, and there's a lot of really cool stuff going. CryptoKitties is involved. Async's doing a group piece. So it's really building steam. So this is an open invite to everybody here, and tell your friends, tell your collector friends, just tell your friends who don't know anything about any of this to go see a cat show in a virtual world. It's just weird. So those are my 2 main exciting things, and I know we got some couple minutes here. If anybody has questions or just wants to chat, I'd love to hear from you guys.
Thanks, Cody. I think we have some questions. I'll try to summarize. Just wondering if you think the additions are NFTs. Basically, does an NFT have to be a one-of-one token? It's a semantics thing. But
do I think it needs to be a one-of-one?
Yeah, just what do you think about the terminology there? Is it still NFT if it's a second edition or third or whatever?
Oh, I mean, I think if you're going to break down non-fungible and token, I think it's not fungible. You can't change what it is. I mean, I think just for the.
It's been a debate going on in the chat while you're talking, but thanks for breaking it down. I think you did an excellent job of making it simple and accessible to new artists and thinking about the strategy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I think it's kind of a semantics thing, and
I go to root words. When I don't, I would just look up each of those in the dictionary and make up your own conclusion about that.
The only thing I would say along with that is, there is kind of a dynamic of getting the first edition. We see like there's
sure. Yeah. Well, actually, I'll bring that up. So I can say, and I was thinking about that as I was looking at the 100. I have noticed that there is definitely people want the first one out of the edition. I think there is obviously a premium if you're the first one, because that shows that you had the foresight of being the savvy collector who bought it before anybody else. So that is a huge asterisk that I think that in an edition sale, that first one will sell for more than the subsequent ones, as well as perhaps the last one, because there's only one left. So I think that the bookends of those perhaps could get a premium. So thanks for bringing that up. That's definitely a consideration.
The next question is kind of going into the details of like, what if the first edition of 12 sells for $10? Does that then dictate the value of the further 11? Like, is there kind of a price discovery with the first edition? And then, if it sells the second edition for $13, does it like keep building, or is it the opposite effect where it goes down. I guess we kind of covered that just now, but
I mean, that to me, that comes down to kind of what the artist wants to get out of it. I've done it actually in two different ways. I have a T-shirt project going out, and I thank everybody who's got one of those T-shirts. It's the funniest long story of production delays and pandemics and awful things that have delayed this thing. But I made a limited edition T-shirt that I did FOMO pricing on, where every 2 that was bought, the price went up. So there's different price structures that artists can do to play with that price discovery. What I would say is it's not in the artist's best position to, if you've hit a stalling point on your sales, to start lowering the price just to get them sold, because you're in a sense hurting the people before you that paid a certain amount. So that's the other side of having a whole bunch of editions, is you're going to sit on those until that same level, if not more. If you can sell them for more, great, but don't discount, because that's just hurting the whole thing. Once the provenance in 5 years, they come back and say, oh, they're trying to sell it for 20 and they end up accepting for 5, then it's just a bunch of red flags.
Makes sense. Here's kind of a big picture question. What is your ideal vision for the future of the NFT crypto art space?
I think the ideal thing is that at a certain point, this is just going to be digital art, that we are all innovating right now, and we're coming up with a roadmap that the masses, whatever you want to call it, but the traditional world who are very serious artists, who are highly collected, they're going to look at us for what worked and what didn't work. So I see this getting highly collectible. I think that there's all kinds of different art. Like I was listening to Rob's, and it's completely true. Whatever movement you are in inside of this space is tangible. So I don't think there's going to be like a blue chip tier that only gets sold. There's something for everybody, and it's still so early on that there's movements that haven't even started yet. And I've learned a lot. I do have to say, in the last year with these new movements that are happening, and I get an initial personal gut reaction of my own taste, but I've worked very hard just to break down my own barriers in my head of what these movements are. And I appreciate all these like thoughts that I have to think about. And I think that's going to help just everybody. There's so much going on. And I really appreciate everybody who's trying and doing their very best. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I think you'll be interested to know there's an auction currently happening in the chat for a screenshot of your face. Current price is 0.003 BSV.
That's way too much, you guys.
And then maybe a tough question, but what crypto art platform do you recommend to new artists trying to get into the space?
What crypto art platform?
Yeah, just like the first one they should try before.
I think there's a certain amount of there's curation that goes on in certain platforms, and I think it's just part of the way different platforms work. If someone wants to just start tokenizing, I don't know them all. There's a lot of platforms that don't have an onboarding, and we can chat later. They're around, but I think if you want to make art, don't let a certain platform not letting you be an artist to stop you from making art. You could just go on frickin' OpenSea, right? Just start making things. And I want to give a quick shout out before I'm off here. Duncan, this is beautiful, everybody. Duncan he makes physical art that is beautiful crypto art, and I'm seeing it in the chat, and I want to say thank you for that. Beautiful.
Cool. Well, yeah, thanks again, man. Really appreciate you sharing that with us and be a part of the festival. And best of luck with the cat charity show and that auction. I'm not sure what's going on with the Assange portrait, but I'm sure it's already got some bidding war started. But yeah, really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. If you have questions, hit me up on Twitter. I love talking about art. So let's have a talk. Thanks, guys.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Peace.
Peace.